حاجة خالص.
Welcome back to CF West. Today is a special day. It's the regional qualifiers, the path to EU and MENA region.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's gonna be crazy to be honest, because we have some very good teams, some old teams who were in CFS and now they're trying to get their second chance, and others who were relatively speaking in that region are trying to push forward and make a name for themselves.
What makes it the best is I would love to watch these tournaments better than the West League and also the other leagues, because this is where the underdogs and the new young talents
They
shine.
shine.
Here, everybody is playing on the kind of the same level, because you're playing with young talents, you're playing with players
OGs,
who are kind of trying to take baby steps to the best league. So in the qualifiers, everything is starting.
Yeah, and now the weapons have been introduced miles back and there's no room for excuses. The next few weeks are going to decide a lot on who's going to qualify and who's going to play in the final and what's going to be happening. And today we have three best of threes that are going to be occurring, and all teams that I favor and I enjoy watching, and so do you guys, I know.
Yeah, exactly, because we are talking about not only the teams that all the regions has been looking for. This is teams, some of the players and even some of the audience don't even know these teams and know how they play, how they adapt, how they go into the game. So that's what's make this tournament interesting, because the other teams or the other top tier teams is kind of higher level and you watch them every day basically.
Yeah, and I agree. I want to look at the map pool that we're going to be introducing for today and the coming weeks as well. Ankara, Black Widow, new compound. We'll get to that in a moment. Eagle Eye, New Mexico, Subbase, and Port.
Yeah, everybody knew that, and you said that we're gonna get this point because we've been waiting for this moment. We knew, I guess, 5 months ago that we're gonna be having new compound on the CFS path, starting from the CrossFire Stars qualifiers, which is now. Now we're having the new compound, and I'm really excited to see if you're gonna be seeing new compound. And by the way, we might not see new compound, but this will force us to see New Mexico, because you can't ban
either
both.
one has to go, because the banning, as you guys will see later, the banning and the system behind it changed. Now it's ban, pick, ban, decider. So that's going to be quite interesting, and it's going to show the coaches' potentials and what they have hidden in the maps that they choose to follow through with.
Yeah, because when you have a new map, then you're basically looking at the new coaches, how they're going to be adapting. Let's look at the match schedule right now. As you can see, now we have PingPongPals versus CANKER. It's going to be quite an interesting game. That's the game I'm be looking for. Entropy Gaming, LegendsOP, and TBI versus 911. That's for day one.
So it's two groups of 4, and they're battling out basically on a month span, on a weekly basis. So this is going to be quite interesting, because while looking at the screen, I don't see any underdogs at all when it comes to the potential of these teams and how they're going to battle it out with each other and how it shows some premium crossfire.
Yeah, well, you cannot say that we don't have underdogs, but we can say that we are not expecting who to come on top. As you can see on this matchup, for example, we're having PingPongPals versus CANKER. CANKER, they used to be in the West League, by the way, before, and they used to be a very strong contender, and they are a full Egyptian roster. Versus PingPongPals, the team who shined out of nowhere in the West League Season 2. They came in, went to top 4, and did a very good job, and put... they put kind of inner circle into the next in the last series. So now I want to watch these guys in the CrossFire Stars qualifiers, because this is one of a hella tournament. Yeah,
and I also want to see LegendsOP. I want to see TBI. I want to see 911. I want to see Entropy. Some of these teams were in the CFS, so, and we could say they were new teams, relatively speaking, or they had some... how can I say, some shuffles in the roster and what it can cause in the actual gameplay. Anyways, let's jump to game 1. PingPongPals versus CANKER.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, match 1.
Yeah, match 1 is gonna be PingPongPals, as I said.
Yeah.
And versus CANKER, which is we kinda looking for how PingPongPals is gonna be playing this matchup, because these guys, they did very good in the West League. They kind of started very strong, by the way, and then they started falling down a bit. Still, in the end, they managed to be they managed to be top 4, and they eliminated and knocked out Anubis out of the EWC and also out of the top 4. So
that was impressive. I remember that. That was one hell of a couple of games that we witnessed. But still, I have to highlight here, PingPongPals, they've had their spotlight. They've proven themselves to be a contender for the CFS. But what about CANKER?
Well, CANKER, the guys, they're full Egyptian roster. I believe that they are having a roster change, so I guess they're gonna be having some troubles, but I still think they have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen subs. Subs are not subs. They're consistent professional players. Anyways, I'd like to jump to the maps, man. I want to see what the map veto and your expectations are in this game 1.
Well, I don't think we're going to be seeing new compound with these guys or New Mexico. I guess it's going to be banned by either of the teams. We're going to be seeing Subbase, definitely. Both teams, they like it.
Maybe.
Gainer likes Subbase. He's one of the best players in Subbase, basically. And PingPongPals. We might see also Eagle Eye, and we might see Port, because Port,
as a decider,
Port is kind of not the best map for CANKER,
questionable,
but it's very good for PingPongPals.
It's good to be as a decider, because if they go neck to neck 1-on-1 and then have Port as a decider, that is gonna be the threshold, which shows how strong and consistent some of these players are. Anyways, I'd like to jump to the map veto, and I want to see what they actually chose to pick and ban. So map 1. The ban is Subbase, banned by PingPongPals. That makes sense. You did mention Gainer. New Mexico by CK, they're not interested in playing that.
Okay, Eagle Eye, as you said, that we're going to be picked by PingPongPals. Very interesting, to be honest, because I don't think CANKER is going to be playing Eagle Eye that much as PingPongPals. But Port is also picked by CANKER, which is not going to be decided, but still in the map pool. Now we're seeing Ankar and Black Widow ban. That means that new compound is going to be played on the first day. Global Risk is going to be CANKER. Blacklist is going to be PingPongPals. I wanted to go to map 3 just to see new compound.
If I am either coach, I would definitely want to 2-0 this and not get the new compound, but still, and stress
we as an audience, we want it. We want to see it.
Yeah, I'd love to, but you know, you have to be strategical, because Eagle Eye is picked by PingPongPals, so if they manage to secure that and possibly challenge CANKER on Port, then there's no need to go into, I wouldn't say a new map, because I'm pretty sure these teams have already scrimmed and played on it, you know.
Yeah, I can see that CANKER picked Port, and Blacklist was picked by PingPongPals. So that means that PingPongPals is starting as a Blacklist on Port, which is kind of, I understand the mindset of Petro. He wants to start on the hardest side, so whenever you fail, you still have in your mind and in your momentum and mental
you get some
that
safe rounds,
you are going on the strongest side after this one. So that means Port is going to be quite interesting, because CANKER is starting with the Global Risk. And Eagle Eye, I would say, to be honest, Eagle Eye is favored around PingPongPals, but maybe CANKER is preparing something for us, because talking about matchups and history between two teams, okay, they didn't meet that much together, those two teams, but Eagle Eye is being played by PingPongPals on a highest competitive level in the last few months, and he performed very well.
Yeah, and I hope CANKER managed to witness PingPongPals' old games that they played a few months ago and what they actually managed to achieve against some of the higher tier teams. You know, they got to witness, like you said, Petro and his game style, his mind games, his adaptation to shut down the carries that you'll find on the enemy team.
Yeah, and especially that he have very big knowledge, because the guy played Eagle Eye, I guess, since Unnight. He was one of the teams that's, I guess he started Unnight with MKZ, by the way. MKZ is with him. And they started the meta of pushing along and everything in our region. They were the only team that's playing Eagle Eye since Eagle Eye was introduced, before even Eagle Eye 2.0 comes out. So he have a big experience. He has also some knowledge how to play the game aggressively, defensively. So that's why I'm kind of saying that PingPongPals is having a better advantage in the first map. But that doesn't mean that CANKER don't have any chance in the best of 3, because we are going into Port. And they picked Port. Yes, and also PingPongPals, they picked Blacklist. They didn't go for Global Risk, which is something really interesting for me as a watcher, as an audience, as everybody's watching. Why PingPongPals didn't pick Global Risk in the first time when CANKER picked Port?
Yeah, likewise, I'm curious. I feel like Petro plus the coach have something cooked up here when it comes to Port and playing Blacklist, instead of taking the easier route where you'd want to go Global Risk and secure some of these early rounds, so you're on favor. So when you swap sides, there's not as much pressure. You give some room for mistakes, some early picks, some damage that the enemy can do to you. But nonetheless, I think we're in for one hell of a show, to be honest, because this isn't an ordinary day. This is the regional qualifiers. Keep that in mind. they are looking to go back to the CFS, especially PingPongPals, and what they managed to do in a few weeks and a few games. I was overwhelmed, to be honest, that someone who just qualified managed to knock out Anubis, like you said earlier,
exactly.
and
they put Inner Circle in a very, very tough spot. The guys sweat in the last map in Port, if you remember.
Yes.
When Inner Circle almost fell off a cliff and just lost and didn't go to the EWC. If they didn't win versus PingPongPals, it went to map 5. And still at map 5 it was very, very tough for them. So now PingPongPals, they want to be going to the regional finals, and from the regional finals they want to be going also to the CFS. We want to let the audience understand that this is the CrossFire Stars qualifiers. After the qualifiers, we're going to be taking top 2 teams from each group. They're going to be moving to the regional finals, and after the regional finals they also going to have an elimination group stages, and then we're going to be knowing who are the 3 contenders that are going to be representing West League in CFS 2025.
So from my analysis, Penguin, I would say that some of these teams have some margin of error, that the first game, second game, you know,
usually it's not
a bit
the best
rusty and stuff. Exactly. But then once you said it reaches that 2 teams that qualify from group A and B, that means they have played each other, they've studied each other, they've found the comfort maps that they'd like to be on, they found the discomfortable maps that they don't want to be on.
They want to be playing
and then that's when it's going to be interesting, you know, and it all starts here today, because you have to understand there's a lot of analysis to go through when it comes to the IGL, when it comes to the coaches as well, even the players. Like, for example, if Rock was here, you would be paying attention to Slayer or some of these players and trying to shut them down. But here, like you said, PingPongPals haven't really played against CANKER that much, so there's a first time for everything, you know.
And not only this, was also that the guys here, it's not West League. We are not playing 14 games.
Exactly.
It's only 3 games you're going to be playing. If you fail 2 times, you are out of the group.
You need to overcharge yourself.
Yes, that means that you don't have any second chances. Maybe on the first game only you have a second chance, but it's the one and only second chance that you're going to be getting. So here, everything shuffles. Even if Rock is playing, if Inner Circle is playing, if we think the top 10 teams, GG is playing, here is different. One mistake can cost you a loss, a big loss that don't qualify you to the CFS, because you don't have chances other than we have the league. You're playing basically 14 games. So if you fail 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, you still have 9 more times to play.
Yeah, and that to go back to the point, if you look at Port and Petro picking Blacklist side, I feel like these kind of cooks can happen in the normal league, in the normal series. But if this backfires here, this is going to be a huge problem for them, because it's going to give them a lengthier amount to cover it in order to come back and actually win at least map 1 or 2.
Yeah, because if they failed first map by any chance, you're going into Port and as a blacklist. So that means for Petro, if he loses Eagle Eye, he's right away of getting kicked of this best of 3, because you're playing blacklist. Yeah, the morale is low, and you know that you're also going into the hardest side. But if you win, it's gonna.
If you win, that's huge.
That's huge.
Then they're gonna do it again.
Yeah,
because at this point, right? Like, if you have these plans set up, when are you gonna use them? Might as well do it now, you know.
That's the time to use it, because you want to be going to the regional finals, you want to be qualifying to the CFS. Then you need to show everything now.
And to flip the table, now you look at CANKER's point of view, they're going to be like, why'd they pick Blacklist?
Yeah.
What are we going to be doing on the defense side? Are they going to be pushing? Do they have new strategies they've adapted in the scrims?
This will force them to play 200% of their mental power in the first map, because guys, hey, look, listen, if we secure the first map, we're going into global risk Port, we have advantage, it's the strongest side. If we win 6-7 rounds, that means that we got the best of 3-0 and putting ourselves up in the lead with 2-0 win versus who? PingPongPals, one of the strongest, by the way, among all the 8 teams.
True.
PingPongPals is the strongest.
We're talking
about top 4 team from West League.
Okay, so overall,
we're not talking about a team coming from the Open League, just like OP. They won the Open League, just like REH Gaming. There's the second place, Entropy Gaming, the third, and no, we're talking about the first team to go into the West League and go into top 4 directly. So that's a very strong opponent. If you as a CANKER fan and you look into your team and you see them playing like this, that means that you are having a big chance to get out of the group.
Pressure. Yeah, you're under a lot of pressure. And from what you said, I would conclude that maybe even PingPongPals shouldn't even be here. They should be already qualified.
Yeah, but because they came from the Open League Season 1, they don't have that much
rough,
points.
Right?
Yeah, they don't have the points.
Yeah, it's the first experience. And you're playing with a roster, maybe some of them have been in this massive contesting league before. But not everyone though. So you have to keep in mind that the pressure is always high. And this is what I love to see is the composure. I like to see when they pace themselves. If you get a kill or a multi-kill, you don't just rush in because you underestimate your opponent. No, you get a secure, a small win, small steps. If you see the next step, take it. Don't rush, don't do anything fancy. Just play your standard Crossfire, and by skill level, you should automatically win this.
Yeah, I guess, and I guess we're ready to go to the game.
Yeah, all right, let's take it to our casters, Pandoxin and Neokai, please.
Cheers, guys. We're looking forward to this one. We get underway in what is kind of a longish road getting towards qualification, but it's all for quite a big deal, right? We're talking about CFS at the end of the year, of course. We're just coming off the back of EWC as well, so we're looking to add to that. And we're starting slowly but surely to get kind of the EUMENA region really kind of become a little bit more of a staple within playoffs. Of course, ROC have now gone back-to-back, which is obviously quite a big deal, right? So as a whole, there's normally a bit of a trickle-down effect. So Pandoxin, we're sort of hoping that we get a decent level of competition heading in towards today's action.
Yes, I mean, this is probably what you would expect, right? I mean, there's a lot to talk about, and obviously we already talked a lot, so I'm just ready to go for the first match. 3P versus CANKER here. To be honest, I think 3P, they came prepared, obviously. CANKER, they are somewhat the underdog, but still I give them a great chance because they have shown that they're absolutely able to rock when it has to be rocking. So we'll see. We are jumping into Eagle Eye, and as you can see, we will start off quite slowly. Actually, it's VGA. Look at his position here. It's a little bit interesting. He was kind of looking for a quick kill here, but obviously it's not going to happen that fast, that easy, right?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing kind of how about this. Tell me what do you expect out of this CANKER side?
I think it's a little bit rough for me to tell you what I expect. What I want to happen is to see CANKER really stepping up to the plate, right? Because 3P obviously is a strong opponent against them, but I think Penguin mentioned it earlier on, I think the first game, whenever something like this happens, like this qualifier, right, it's always a little bit shaky, a little bit rough. So maybe 3P are not as good as they usually are, and CANKER, you know, maybe they have the better game to start off with, right? So this is kind of what I think could happen here.
And of course, we saw last season how good PingPongPals was, right? Straight in towards the action. It is carnage. Nice and early. Yeah, that's why I'm going to get that C4 down as well. And already massive numbers advantage for PingPongPals.
Pietro here. Good positioning from him behind that pillar. And Explon not really ready just yet. Has to wait for its teammate here. Master can't really see anything with the scope here. But there's the first fight. Explon gets two. Pietro in a good position here still. Managed to secure this round here, and this is the first round for 3P. It was a little bit too close for comfort in the end, but still CANKER, they showed off that they are absolutely ready to go here.
Yeah, I mean, CANKER, I think, are sort of coming in towards this game ultimately with sort of nothing to prove in a way. Obviously, they're the heavy underdogs, so we just want to see what they can bring to the table. They've got enough in terms of the individuals to be in that sort of upset potential. I mean, in general, a side that have got relatively well-experienced players. So it's a big ask, of course, them here against kind of PingPongPals. But as we saw in that round, a couple of tricks up their sleeve. PingPongPals going to have to maybe show a little bit more respect, I think, as a whole. Open up. Go in the way of CANKER. That's going to help for damn sure.
EJ, once again, the same position. Not gonna be able to find anything just yet. MKZ, he's aware of it, of course. The smoke comes out. But anything than that, it's not gonna happen just yet. And yeah, so far so good. I like the approach from 3P here, even though they are maybe on paper they are the better team, but they still don't rush anything too quickly just yet, right? I mean, this is even their map pick, right? They wanted to play Eagle Eye, and they still play very, very reserved, right? So they don't overdo anything just yet. It's actually going to be LSY with one frag here. And once again, this position here is... I'm not sure what's going on, but they kind of like this hotel entrance here. But eventually, CANKER has to make a move because, you know, 3P just gets picks here and there all over the place.
Yeah, a lot of respect, I think, being shown here, but I think at times we're looking at a PingPongPals side who don't need to show respect. Monster, nice shot from him, but a quick trade going to come through from Gainer. Beg will answer with one of his own. 2 versus 2, turn 2 versus 1. LSY now all on his shoulders. 25 seconds, and not got a hell of a lot of time as well. This C4 still needs to go down, and a reposition from Beg as well. Going to make life very, very difficult. This round might be won itself on time, but give him the opportunity to get a plant down, and he will find Beg.
That's insane. LSY, he's so ready to go. 1 versus 1 situation. He only has to find one more to secure the second round for his team, and he gets it done. Nice tap onto the head here. Jumps off the map as well. Classic. 2-0. And what can we say so far? 3P, they're ready to go, especially Gainer here with these one taps, right? I mean, come on, this guy, he came to play, and not too sure about this tower position there. I mean, he kind of whiffed some shots here and there, but come on. It's not that difficult from that position, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's good as well to show that this is a side that actually can recover from quite difficult spots. That's, you know, a really decent indictment of, I think, of just the talent on this PingPongPals side. So, as a whole, like what I saw, a bit more chaotic here as well. So that's why I'll open things up. MKZ going to add to it as well to give the numbers of Pietro as well, making life very, very difficult indeed. All down to 2, and with where things are, a lot of damage dealt. This one still should be favourable for PingPongPals.
Yeah, and the change of pace, you can already tell. They are not waiting whatsoever. Gain and MKZ, they finish off that round. 3-0 it is, and, you know, I'm so amazed by, you know, this roster here from 3P, PingPongPals. So, you know, even in the, you know, in the season 2, I was so happy to see them play. They came out of nowhere, and they really came to play, and they even show now against CANKER. Obviously, you know, let's say a less favorable team, right? But they still are so good. They are so ready and so sharp, even though it's very important to win here, right? They should be a little bit nervous, but I can't see that here.
Yeah, big thing as well for PingPongPals is actually, with this sort of qualifier, is proving that that previous season wasn't a fluke. I mean, this round has started too well. That's why, though. We'll add one back, and we have already seen how this side can recover from a man disadvantaged situations. Not going to count them out just yet. But as a whole, yeah, we've already seen with this side of PingPongPals actually from last season how well they can play, how consistently they can play, and the hope is, like I'm saying, it's not a flash in the pan, right? That they are able to prove this and actually maybe give themselves a decent leg up in this sort of a tournament. Still, numbers favor CANKER.
Absolutely, and once again, 3P not wasting any time. But here's back. He rushes in. He finds LSY looking for a second. Can't find Gainer. He will be cleared up. NX Lon, last man standing. 1 versus 2. Still a very winnable situation for either. Let's see. He will slowly but surely creep up, not wasting any time. He's got spotted. Gainer will go down. MKZ now in trouble. Next on, will he be able to find this round for his team, find a solution? It's just a matter of time. He has a lot of time, 20 seconds on the board. Still, the pressure is up. MKZ, he does it, I think he does it pretty smart here, actually. Takes his time, he's buying the fake here, and he will go down. And finally, some response from CANKER.
Yeah, round of the board, I think, is now really important for them. And it's about kind of trying to build upon this. We've already got the first now. You've kind of got that rust out of the way, and now it's about sort of proof in the pudding that we can start doing this a little bit more consistently too. Nice work for CANKER as a whole. PingPongPals is fine. You can shrug that off. He's still got a wealth of a lead to work with. A couple of rounds to give you a lot of breathing room, but they can even just get to 5 in this first half. That'll go a hell of a long way in terms of their confidence.
what's happening here. VGA left alone in no man's land. Does he realize what's going on here? No, he finds MKZ regardless. But the bomb has been planted. Yagana will find one as well. Pietro not gonna waste any time either. Look at this, the aggression here from him. That's absolutely insane, but still, Master will find LSY to calm things down. 3 versus 3 situation. Once again, very winnable. For CANKER, Yagana, good positioning. Can he get anything done from his position? It's a little bit rough here and there. Master will find Pietro. Last man standing. Misses a crucial shot here. Yagana will clear him up. And yet again, 3P with a very quick round. That was like, what, like 35 seconds?
Yeah, I'm loving the tempo changes, actually, from 3P, right? I think this PingPongPals side are actually more than happy to sort of brawl this out if they want to, right? They will play this in a really puggy nature and actually make life quite difficult in doing so. So, yeah, credit to them. A lot of respect, actually, in the way that they're making life quite difficult, uncomfortable. This feeling to the fight for Hotel just overlooked as well. Pietro, nice swing and a fire. I think that'll come through as well, looking for a second, but can't quite get it. Pietro gets both.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on here with CANKER. Obviously, they feel pressure, but I feel like they just can't hold anything at this point, right? Yeah. I mean, whenever 3P pushes Hotel, you can really tell who's boss in the situation, right? And even on a long here, right now, we're going to witness NX Lon has to hold everything by himself here unless Master comes in to help. Gonna take a little bit of time here, but there it is. Master will go down. HDZ will find NX Lon as well, and this is what I was talking about, right? So no pressure from the side of, you know, from CANKER whatsoever. They will just go down one by one. Even MKZ will find back in mid here. Nothing goes the way of CANKER right now.
This is the issue, you know, you're looking at a CANKER side who, unfortunately, I think are fundamentally just being outplayed. Not only in terms of falling in the depth of the strats and all the rest, but actually in terms of the individuals. The head-to-heads are going, for the most part, only one way. Master, you will at the very least open things up. That's definitely going to help. But a couple of these rounds already have been lost from this sort of a spot. Numbers disadvantage, and unfortunately it falling pretty flat.
Yeah, CANKER started this round with a quick push into mid. They found Gainer though, which was definitely a good start, but as you can tell, right now it already has fallen. Ooh, this is a nice wraparound, but it will not matter as HDZ finds him. Now, still standing back in a great position. He finds HDZ. Now he just has to back off. Don't overdo it. You found your frag. Well, there goes LSY. He will also be wrapped around Pietro on the last man standing. He finds one. So once again, 1 versus 3 clutch required here. Pietro, 8 and 3, has been quite good so far. And as you can tell, look at the map. A is completely open, but obviously Pietro doesn't know it. So he has 1 minute to play around and to decide where he wants to go.
Yeah. It's got time. It's just unfortunately just not the resources as well behind it. Gonna have to take these fights dry a little bit. But one bit in the back pocket. Get up on towards sight. Just give him that luxury. And actually a pretty nice plan, all things considered. Question is, where does he play the post plan? He's got to isolate fights. This is easier said than done. There's the first Brennan X on with the one to see him off. So a second on the board for CANKER. So definitely showing there still is some oomph about this side.
Well. We'll see yet another response. Question is it going to be enough? Ultimately, we'll see. Still very early on in this game. Anything can happen here. But so far, so good. 3P is leading. 5 and 2 is the scoreline. And maybe, you know, CANKER, slowly but surely, they get used to the pressure and they kind of lose it as well, maybe. But 3P, the confidence starts to crumble a little bit, I would say. But we'll see how they play this round so far. They choose a very slow attempt. They just hold their sides. They wait for anything. They wait for CANKER to do anything wrong. This might be something here, Pietro. He knows something is cooking. Master with that angle. He holds it. Oh, the timing is off. That's unfortunate, really. Master. He is basically sitting next to Pietro. I'm pretty sure you heard him. But it's just a matter of time before someone does a mistake.
Shot for Pietro. Gonna get both as well. Nice work. And still has the chance at more. Double opener to start things off is really going to help out the mental. And Gainer adding to the tally as well. This is right back to PingPongPals doing what they do best. I think a lot of dominance in terms of how they can control the timing and the tempo, and they shut it down. Fantastic work from them. A lot to like as a whole.
Yeah, it almost feels like CANKER's a little bit unaware because, you know, they had 2 fourth A long. They know, okay, we just lost 2 players. Then the player from A top focused on A long, so obviously mid was kind of open, right? So we got flanked, and everything just starts to crumble. And yeah, it's not really the way you want it to go. And once again, it's so listen, CANKER really plays aggressive here, but they never really win those fights, right? Maybe they get 1 kill, but then everything starts to fall apart, right? So even right now, you see back. Is very close, right? But look at the damage he has already received, right? So I'm not too sure if it's worth it at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's sort of information gathering, sure, but at such a risk.
Yeah. I mean,
Still.
look at this. So he has 38 HP, right? And he gained basically no information. I mean, yes, he knew, okay, there was nothing pushing too quickly, right? But still, don't think it was worth it in the end there. But right now, you can tell 3P, they're cooking towards A long once again. Let's see if CANKER is ready this time around.
Good question, that's for sure. That's just coming in as well, but it's like very difficult, and they do. It's a lot of fights, but generally speaking, as per... They are pretty favourable over towards PPP, and that 6th is very much looking like it might be a 7th momentarily. I mean, man alive, we're really seeing just how one side of this started to feel now as well. For this CANKER side, unfortunately, they've got individuals in their own regard, but they've just not got the depth there, and it's all well and good, but also if you're losing... the head-to-head, so what are you actually meant to do in this spot? 7-2, already a fantastic first half, no matter which way you put it.
Definitely. I mean, we also have to consider this is, 3P's pick, so they obviously came prepared. Maybe CANKER just doesn't like this map. We don't know, but what we can tell is 3P, they are really sharp when it comes to the aiming, to the positioning, and the team play as well, right? The flash here onto Pietro on A long, I think it was beautiful, right? He somehow was able to get 2 kills without anything. Look at that, LSY, good for 3, a 4th as well. He's ready to go. This guy is basically the GOAT, I would almost say. NXLon now tried to make things more even. He's maybe able to find a second, he will, but the pressure is not gone just yet. 2 more to go. LSY and Pietro in his way to secure this round, and you know what? It's going to be very difficult, just considering his HP, but if he somehow makes this a CANKER round, I'm sure there's more to come.
Okay, well, NXLon 1 versus 2, and somewhat doable in a sense. You start to believe it's just the lack of HP that makes life so difficult when trying to fathom ways to win this. 1 minute to work with. Not a huge amount on offer just yet as well. He really wants to try and isolate a fight, and I think the way that PPP are playing this is actually kind of perfect. You don't want to give away anything in this spot, and they're just sticking together, making sure that they can trade. NXLon will take a fight in just a mere moment. Question is he ready for it? The answer is yes, and maybe a chance as well. It's Pietro on the other side as well, but he's got full HP, and he will win that fight. Nice work. Here we go, a response, a rebuttal, and PP getting closer and closer to the map.
LSY was basically gifted a 4K there. I mean, come on. How can he turn around and still find the kill? Anyway, yes, NXLon, he definitely had a great opportunity there, but 1 vs 4 too much to ask for, and even in this round, MKZ once again will find the opener here. VGA will go down. 3-11, this guy hasn't really had a chance to prove himself here just yet, but on the other side, of course, Gainer 14-4, this guy is ready to go, not even done just yet. He will not be able to find the next Lon, but Pietro is there to trade him out. LSY now in mid, good positioning here, will miss a crucial shot. He's not able to find the kill just yet. And yep, this is really not working out for him. He has to back off now, but so far, CANKER, even though they're looking a little bit better in this round, still falling apart one by one. I mean, look at this Master. Usually Master, I remember he is pretty good here and there, but right now I think he's really not up to the plate. HDZ will find him as well. LSY will find the last kill here, and yeah, look at the scoreline. I mean, this tells the entire story, I would say.
It just is such a kind of a one-sided affair, unfortunately. There's only one team in this. Things continue in this fashion. It's going to be a very, very quick ending. Well, 9-2. Dominant stuff all the way throughout, and see what's left in the locker. It feels like realistically, it should be next to nothing. Master has the chance at another, but Pietro is somehow given the luxury of getting out there. So low.
CANKER, do or die. Question is, what do they have left in store to potentially bring this back? But honestly, it's a little bit difficult to believe. I mean, Pietro, good positioning once again.
Oh.
One by one, they go down. HZ finds a second, and yeah, 2 more left to go. But actually, there's the response. HTC will go down. Let's see if they have something to say about this, Master. You know something is wrong here, LSY. Probably made some steps. Bomb has to be recovered though. MKZ will make sure that doesn't happen. And yeah, this is basically it, right? LSY will find Master, and 10-2 scoreline. That's insane.
I mean, just really indicative, I think, of the level that we expect out of PingPongPals, especially off the back of the season they've just had as well in that split too. And, you know, looking at them in terms of what they can bring to the table here. I mean, man, brilliant work coming through. Aside that, I actually have a lot to prove in a sense in this kind of early stage of the competition, because they should be making deep runs. And actually, the way they were playing towards the end of kind of season 2 is that they could actually be a team that are in that contention for qualification. So that's the sort of map that does add to that narrative. A fantastic 10-2 for them as a whole. Aside that, obviously, we have a lot of expectations now because we know they've got the individuals to perform, and unfortunately for CANKER, they could just never really get going. So a very quick map as a whole, and we'll throw it back on over towards the boys on the desk.
Thank you so much, Neokai and Pandox. And man, I have to agree with Neo, because at the end of the day, this was a quick game. Petro and Gainer, they took their momentum that they had from season 2 and implemented it here, and now the execution was perfect.
Yeah, and to be honest, we talked about how good PingPongPals are on Eagle Eye and how strong these guys are on Eagle Eye, because they have a very, very high experience playing this map, and they are just kind of well communicated together. They played very good, and we've seen a lot of clutches from the guys coming in. We've seen very good kills from HTZ. Also, to be honest, CANKER played very good. Nextlum played very good. We've seen how good he played, but in the end, the teamwork what makes how the game is being played in Eagle Eye, especially because Eagle Eye is kind of small map. So if you have a very fast rotation, but without the communication, you might lose your life, and that's what we've seen from CANKER multiple times. And this is what I want to highlight. That CANKER, whenever they are trying to rotate, usually someone from Petro's team, they pick him off and they stop the rotation, and they don't have that much communication. Okay, and guys, I'm rotating from mid to A side. That means that mid is open, guys. So the guys who are coming from B side, they need to be aware that mid is open. That means that sometimes you might be finding an enemy team here. But this is not the case on CANKER, because they usually trying to leave the map without a communication between each other, and that's how Petro and his teammates PingPongPals, they punished them.
Yeah, I think they took full advantage of some gaps or holes that Conquer had within their team.
Yeah.
And whenever, even on both sides, we didn't get to, to witness that much. But relatively speaking, if you pay attention to the map, you would see that Conquer is making a call out, so rotate to this side of the map. And once that happens, you can see that Petro and the boys are already like matching them, so they're going in this general direction that they're gonna meet in the middle and getting those easy picks, and that makes it way harder for Conquer to defuse or to do anything about it.
Not only this as well, but we've seen also some aggressive plays coming from HDZ. He tried to pick off some players and trying to get kills, and he was successful, to be honest. But talking about Monster tried to play aggressive, but he couldn't find the picks that he needs. Yes, he sometimes get 1 kill, get 2 kills,
It gets traded.
but he instantly gets traded. So that's the problem between CANKER and also PingPongPals. PingPongPals, they are kind of well communicated and playing around each other.
Yeah.
But some disconnections have been found from CANKER team, because CANKER is kind of the team that you can get a pick and leave. If you're a PingPongPal players, one of the players, and you want to be getting a pick, just go pick and leave, and you might not even get traded. And this is how PingPongPals played on this advantage. Even the executions of PingPongPals were better. We've seen also when they switched in and they played Blacklist, they played really well. Gainer pushing and everything was just perfect for PingPongPals, and that's what we are expecting from them. This is a top tier class team here.
I mean, yeah, they're not just here to win, they're here to qualify again.
Exactly.
And that, I think, is their goal. But nonetheless, it's not over till it's over. I really think CANKER was just having a bad game overall for whatever reason. And hopefully with the next game, it might change a little bit, you know. Now I'd like to look at the set summary so we can actually break down what happened, you know.
Yeah, definitely we're going to be seeing Petro on a high KD because he played very good. To be honest, I thought Gainer is going to be better because I've seen how Gainer played very good on clutches and pushing. But yeah, Petro is 2.8 KD, destroying CANKER over here, and Eagle Eye goes for the favor of PingPongPals, as you can see. On the other hand, Nexlon, as I said, he played very good. Vega as well had a very good game. He played also extremely good. Beg, Zex and Master, they didn't have that much strong game. As I said, Master tried, but Nexlon and Vega, they were very good. Honestly, there is not much to talk about. It's 10-2. We only played 12 rounds. So Petro and Gainer, they played a different game that we are watching.
Yeah, I mean, from my experience hosting, I've seen 10-2s before, but that doesn't mean that CANKER is bad or anything like that. Not at all. Exactly. It's because they're young. Most of them are young players. Yeah. So having the spotlight on you, playing in a professional scene, even though they do, but now there's more on the line. You can qualify for the CFS. It's the regional qualifiers. So they could be a bit more stressed, making bad calls, and mistakes here and there.
They're still rusty because there was a big break after the guys finished their CFOL, because CANKER is coming from the CFOL and also from CFS League where PingPongPals were, and they were top 4. So it's kind of rusty start for CANKER, we would say, but this is not the CANKER we are expecting to see. Now we are going into Port, and CANKER is going to be starting on the global side. This is a dream for the CANKER fans because you picked Port and they gave you global risk. There is nothing to lose.
Yeah, don't blow it, basically.
Yes.
Anyways, let's go to map 2 and see what happens. Send it to our caster.
Yes, it is time for Port, and I'm very excited to see if CANKER has something to say, because obviously Eagle Eye wasn't the greatest performances of all time, right? So we'll see. 3P, so far I'm very, very happy with them. Obviously, like everyone already said, they had a very great showing in Season 2, and they still are here to show that they came prepared, and we'll see. Hey, this map usually is very favored to the GR side, but maybe CANKER has something to say.
Yeah, they might have some tricks up their sleeve heading in towards their map pick, but as a whole, it's tough for me to really convince myself about a side who offered up so little in that first map. We'll see, but yeah, they've got to do a lot for me to find a little bit of that kind of belief they can bring something to the table. But let's see. I'm not going to count them out just yet. Get a nice early couple of rounds under your belt, then maybe I might start to be a bit of a believer. As a whole, it's a 3P side who was just so good. But a much slower start here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They're not rushing this just yet. I mean, this is basically how they started on Eagle Eye as well, so Not too surprised just yet. No one really has gone down. But some HP on the side of 3P has been lost. But now, slowly but surely, CANKER grouping up in front of B, checking what's good. And there's only Gainer and Pietro. But when I say only, I mean Gainer and Pietro. So this is going to be quite difficult either way. But we'll see what they have in store. It's just a matter of time before CANKER decides to attack the bomb site B. They're actually taking a lot of time here. I'm not too sure why. Yeah. There comes the utility here. You go.
Here they come. It's just an absolute massacre. Only the one casualty coming through as well. What a start. That's exactly the start we expect after the map they've just had. They fly back into this first round and they don't even really break too much of a sweat. That's not a good sign for CANKER. A really nervy start in towards that round and they get immediately decimated. They will start well in towards this one though. The kills going their way, but a quick trade that'll come through.
Oh yeah, this time around they really want to answer right back, right? So CANKER this time around, they look a lot better. They were able to secure the bomb site B. The bomb has not been planted just yet. And NX London will actually go down by the grenade of LSY here, which makes things a little bit more difficult. But we'll see Gainer already grouping up with HTZ from the back here. He will go down to back. But HTZ is still positioned. He has been spotted though. LSY will be able to find VGA back. Not able to find HTZ. 1v1 here. HTZ with the USP gets it done. And yet again, this round was looking so good for CANKER, especially in the beginning. So dominant. The rush towards B, but still they can't get it done.
Yeah, it seems like late rounds is some level of a mental block that comes through for this CANKER side. We saw it happen a few times in towards Eagle Eye, and it seems like it's happening once again here. Not a good indictment. This is a side that we keep saying we need to see a level of form that we haven't seen just yet. This is as a whole worrying signs. PingPongPals though, great signs from them. They continue to be absolutely excellent. Nothing we can really say in too bad of a note from them.
Nope. Nothing really. I mean, they do make mistakes, but because they are still so good and so dominant, it doesn't really matter at all. I mean, look at this HTZ. He just peeks back. He will find the kill as well. I mean, imagine this at EWC, right? Against Baisha, maybe, let's say. And what do you think would happen if he peeks bridge like that? I'm pretty sure it wouldn't really go his way. So here it doesn't really matter, but I think against maybe, let's say, the top tier teams, it's going to be quite difficult.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if PingPongPals were to qual as well, this is stuff that they definitely have to clean up. You can't be taking fights like that. Ultimately, they're sloppy, percentage speaking, against top teams, you're definitely going to get punished. But here and now, it's not going to get punished against CANKER. I just don't think they're good enough. And that's what seems to be proven from that first map. He has to find one of his own as well. It's quite scrappy dropping down. There will be a couple of kills that go in quick succession, so might still be life left in this round just yet. Okay, HTC, nice shot.
That was insane. Nice one tap here onto VGA. The bomb still hasn't been planted, and this is what you mentioned, right? The late rounds is something that breaks CANKER's neck. I'm not too sure why, though. I mean, once again, the aggression paid out well. I mean, it was a little bit too close for comfort, but still they get it done. And right now, this could go either way. HTZ will get tagged up. Master will actually find MKZ as well. No HTZ once again. Surely not Master. Good for 2. We will find a round, and some response is on the table.
Yeah, finally a little bit of something, I think, as a whole to sort of fall back on where you feel okay. Still, a lot more needed to be done before we start to get any sort of serious praise on this CANKER side. For now, though, out the gates, something to fall back on. Now we've got to start chaining them together. That's ultimately the big thing of where you're going to put pressure on this side. So chaining rounds together, that's where you can start to feel like there's maybe a bit of belief here.
I'm believing.
One round is good, but I need multiple before I'm even remotely convinced.
CANKER in this round really takes a slow step. They don't really want to give anything away just yet. They're waiting for 3P to make the first move. And yeah, there it is. HZ will find the first frag. Once again in mid. Again, they somehow give him all these kills. I'm not sure why. And still, HTZ, he has been so good on Eagle Eye, and he continues to be so on board. And MKZ, look at that! His position is great. He finds EGA, looks for some more masters, still standing, but will go down to gain ultimately. And now, once again, NX Lon, he has been the clutch master, at least on Eagle Eye once. At least almost, right? The one with his 4 clutch didn't really work out, but still, he got 3 kills there. But maybe this time around, we'll see.
He's got in the lockup. 1v4 turn 1v3. The big thing, of course, here as well being there's damage being dealt. This could be really kind of difficult to deal with. Gotta be careful, and thankfully they are as well. Nice work. Just like that. 2 to 1 turn 3. And we also as well, we look at this PingPongPals side and think, would it actually be maybe a bad sign for them looking for qualification or the rest if they didn't get through a game like this with ease? So is this par for the course? Yes. And expected? Yes. Probably also the same. CANKER, tough draw of things against this side that are in such red hot form off the back of the season.
CANKER this time around, pushing towards A, not wasting any time, but there's LSY once again, 3-piece for him, looking for the 4th. Can he find it? Not this time around, it will only be a 3K, but Master kinda gives himself away. HEZ will find him, and what a round. I mean, yet again, so quick, right? I mean, they're not wasting any time, but this time it was actually CANKER. But even if they put in a lot of aggression, it still doesn't work out. I'm not too sure what's going on here. I'm not seeing that mentality they have in CrossFire Open League, you know, so I just think 3P is too big against them, you know.
Yeah, I just think there's so much more depth to this 3P side, right? They've obviously got the depth of the calling and experience, but you're looking at the individuals like, you know, Pietro being around for quite a long time and can, you know, mid-round call on the fly so effectively. And CANKER, they just don't have the depth when it comes towards the calling, or also just unfortunately the kind of the simple thing of just the individuals. They just don't have the ability to put so much pressure on. So, I mean, it's fun to watch when 3P play as well as they do, and they continue to be difficult to deal with. HTZ, nice trade though.
Pietro looking for VGA. Oh, nice tap onto Gainer here, VGA. That was quite impressive, I would say. But this time around, it's like, don't get me wrong, but the attempts look good. They get kills here and there, right? But 3P in the end, they still get the crucial kills, right? So even right now, HTZ misses that one, yeah, but usually he has one of these, right? And then all of a sudden it's a 3 versus 2 and CANKER starts to crumble once again. But maybe it's a little bit more different in this round, as once again they group up in front of B. There's only Pietro with the arm, waiting for anything to cross his crosshair here, and slowly but surely they will make their way towards B. But yeah, this is what I meant, right? Pietro ready to go, finds VGA, and yeah, this is once again, one by one they go down, and I'm not too sure what's happening. Why are they not just pushing together? Why are they not trying something else? I mean, he's not even gonna check the corner here, right? I mean, obviously it's a little bit mean for me to say, but it's just not working out the way they play.
Yeah, it feels like as well, you know, for now we're in a spot where the game plan out the gate is obviously not working for this side. Sometimes simplicity is best. Let's just stick together, play as a pack, and just try and trade each other. At least in this way, you might get a few more opportunities to get yourself into post bars, but we're just not getting close enough, right? You know, it's too easy at the moment for PingPongPals to isolate fights. They're doing it really without breaking that much of a sweat, and that itself is pretty damn impressive. So I'm loving what I'm seeing, but unfortunately not so much from CANKER. Sometimes it just feels like if all else is going wrong, let's just stick together. Let's just play as a pack, play as a 5, move in, very simple, a couple of flashes just to try and get ourselves into fights, and maybe a little bit more so like this, moving as a unit and they get the site.
Honestly, It looks a lot better, but it was actually Pietro that was kind of swinging from the top of barn, right? And he wasn't really able to find anything. If he was able to get at least 1 or 2, this could have been a completely different story. But yeah, that's just how it is sometimes. CANKER, like I said, this time they look a little bit better. Still, this could be very much 3-piece round if they are somehow able to find some frags. But finally, some response here. Master finds LSY. Gainer will get to trade and starts to go back and forth. A little bit awkward. Gainer good for 1, but there is it. The trade back, and VGA finally some more response here from CANKER. And like I said, it's a little bit shaky, I would say.
Yeah, I'm, again, not kind of convincing, but rounds are rounds. I think that's ultimately where this CANKER side are at right now. It's like, we will take anything as long as, we can put some rounds on the board and build upon something, give ourselves a way to sort of chip away at the deficit a little bit. Still, pretty mean deficit there. Got to try and break down. 5-2.
You can really tell that CANKER has a lot of respect towards mid because of HTZ, right? I mean, I haven't really seen a single mid setup, if I'm not mistaken. Like, usually what you see on port is, some A setups, some, let's go towards mid and B setups. I don't really think I've seen a single one so far. I mean, Gainer in this position, a little bit too predictive, I would say. But let's see if they're going to rush instantly. They're actually gonna go back. I think that's a smart decision here, not to instantly run towards B. Let's group back together. Let's make a new plan and use our advantage. I like it a lot.
Yeah, stick to the park, stick together. Slowing things down too. CANKER playing with this as your sort of approach. It's fundamentally a good way to go about it. Make sure that even if somebody takes a head-to-head fight, that there is somebody there to trade. Slowing it down though, under a minute to work with. Got loads of time. But that's a nice find. That's going to help things out. Now down to 3 or 3B.
It's not gonna matter too much as Back already makes his way towards B. Only LSY, last man standing. Surely not 1 versus 4. I mean, this guy has been close a couple of times. Surely not. I mean, he gets 1. The Back will clear him up. And yeah, you see some more rounds from CANKER, which I like to see finally. I think maybe they have found a way to crack open 3P here, but is it ultimately going to be enough? It's a tough question for me as well, because I don't know so far. They have improved for sure, but Pietro and the rest of the squad, of course, have an answer as well.
Yeah, there's a bit more oomph about these rounds where you're actually seeing this sort of PingPongPals squad put up actually a really commendable fight. But again, it's come down to depth. Nice fight and a nice way to just put pressure right back on. The issue is as well, coming back to CANKER, is, when you look at this side, it's can you back them to pull off rounds like this consistently? No, is ultimately the answer. And that's what PingPongPals can do. When they want to step it up and put the pressure back on, they can, and they will. 6-3, it's another fantastic half from PingPongPals. They're happy with where they're at.
Rightfully so. I mean, they're pretty well. They're doing pretty well right now. I mean, the grenade damage in the beginning here is a little bit rough, but still, HTZ, yet again, with a great opener, and you can already tell the shift of speed here. 3P, not wasting too much time to find the first frag. Once again in mid, right? I mean, come on, every single time it's HTZ finding a frag in mid, right? I mean, there has to be some kind of learning from CANKER here, but I'm not too sure if this is the case. Regardless, I think CANKER should have a good idea here on the side of GR, but I think 3P came prepared and we're just about to witness.
Trying to find the next one as well on towards top side. Needs going to be raining it down, but he's doing good enough with that head tucked as well. Make sure that doesn't give away something for nothing. And it is maybe forcing 3P to reconsider what they want to do. In case he's in a prime spot to catch somebody off in the side. And next long, he's gone up close. This is very risky and it does not pay off. LSY finds him.
I can't understand why he's doing that. Like, he has so much info, he hears them, and he still goes for the jump, and he's surprised, like, oh, guys, they're all alone. Like, come on, you have to kind of expect that, right? Anyway, Gainer will be able to find Master here. The response is still very good back. We'll see if he's able to clutch against HTZ. It's going to be a very difficult round for him, considering how well HTZ is doing. 13-3 is a score that is definitely respectable here. I mean, if you check, HTZ still has to recover the bomb. The timing is so off for either of them, and Beck, you will be able to find this round. A little bit lucky, but still, it is what it is. Beck, he saves this one.
Yeah, maybe I had to work a little bit harder than I think initially expecting there, but still, as a whole, round is a round and getting closer to ultimately what matters most as well, of trying to chip away at this deficit, trying to do enough that this serious pressure actually put on this side. It's a 4-2 rounds. It's a recoverable amount. 3P, I think, just a little bit indecisive there, if I'm being honest. Felt like a side who, yeah, we're in a spot where maybe gave too much space.
Yeah.
Lesson learned.
Still, you can tell how much different it is to watch 3P play on the BL set, right? I mean, the approach they have is so much cleaner and... good morning, Axel. What happened there? Gainer good for 2 and a little bit gifted to them almost, but still, I like the approach. Your play with the ace connected there, and yeah, one by one, they will go down once again. VGA and Beck, last man standing. HTZ will go for a big swing. He finds one, will be traded, but LSY will finish the job. And yes, I mean, it looked very winnable for CANKER at some point, but still, 3P, as always, they will get it done in the end.
Yeah, exactly. This is actually kind of been the standard procedure throughout this match so far in both maps, where it's, you know, just when it feels like we're finding maybe a little bit of something, immediate response coming through from 3P, and that, again, it's just real credit to them in terms of their depth and their ability. CANKER, they find rounds, pocket moments here and there, but there just isn't anything in terms of that level of consistency.
Yeah, I mean, that grenade had great potential, but not this time around. And once again, grouping up in front of A, especially with that split setup here, I just love to see it. This is what I didn't see a single time from CANKER, to be fair, but we'll see if this works. LSY will find the first one. Master will miss a crucial shot here, but the trades are still there eventually. Gainer not able to find the frag here, but there's Pietro helping him out, and VJ and Beck once again not really able to finish off the job either. And yeah, I mean, look at that domination, right? I cannot express what I think, but I feel like CANKER just, they don't have a solution against 3P.
I think you're right. It just feels like there's so little on offer for this side, and ultimately we can talk about depth, and I think, of course, that's something that's always going to be beneficial to the likes of a 3P side who have a lot more experience on this side. But as a whole, I mean, we're talking about a team right now who just can't even hit the shots. They can't individually match up, and that is a big difference for me. Eight to 4. Closer and closer now.
And there you go. Once again, HTZ with the opener and mid. I keep repeating myself, and I will not repeat it, but HTZ is just, he's absolutely on point today. He knows that, you know, CANKER do the same mistakes over and over again, and he will use it to his advantage. So it works out beautifully, and you can really tell by the scoreline here and his KD as well. 16-5 on a qualifier. That's absolutely insane. And
yeah, he's on a monster day.
Yeah, it's the entire squad, right? I mean, MKZ, this time around, he's a little bit left behind, but it doesn't even matter. And you can't even realize it because the rest of the squad is just performing that well. And look at this. CANKER, they do mistakes over and over again. Why is EJ single-handedly peeking into mid when there's no reason to do so? And at this point, obviously, it's a rough scoreline for them, but I still think if they concentrate and if they play a little bit better, they still have a good chance.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a world in which, you know, on another day they could have made this a little more even, but would they be able to compete? I think it's a different story. It's a scrappy one here into a 2 versus 2, and you're looking at now what is C4 dropped. This could be the beginning of the end. Clutches have generally been pretty one-sided.
Well, the round started off pretty quick, but came to a pretty quick stop all of a sudden. And I like this. This is a little bit awkward, but once again, they split up. CANKER split up, right? So they don't really have a good chance of trading if it comes down to that. And I get why some people do it sometimes, right? You want to split, you want to have as much information as you can, but I feel like stacking together is a good gamble, and even if it's the other side, you go retake together. But maybe CANKER has a different kind of approach here in this round. I mean, even 3P, you can tell they're always sticking together. Obviously, they are on the BL side of things, right? Don't get me wrong, but still, I feel like they just have the better game sense here. Nonetheless, Master, you will find HDZ, which is a huge kill to get. Now it's only a matter of seconds before Pietro makes his move.
25 seconds. Got loads of time. Needs to be a little careful here. Pietro. Oh, he will I said the first as well. It doesn't take a lot of damage, so this is now definitely a workable spot. As that C4 goes down, that's going to make life somewhat more doable now. I need to be very, very careful into that 1 versus 1. This gets really spicy indeed. Waiting as well. 30 seconds trying to clear so many angles. Pietro will reveal his position. He takes a pop shot. Can't quite convert. He takes a lot of damage as well. He's trying to dance around. It's a pretty big ask as he's still trying to buy time. But it's Master who ends up winning. It's pretty damn close. All that matters. Another round won by CANKER, and they're still alive for now.
Yeah, I mean they get to survive a little bit longer. But it was kind of unnecessarily, in my opinion. Yet it worked. Master, of course, he clutches it. They're lucky, to be fair. I mean, it worked out, like I said, but still, I feel like this could have been a lot cleaner. But nonetheless, CANKER, they still don't give up, which I love to see. Obviously, the gameplay has changed a little bit, but still, they're not done just yet.
No, exactly. This is a side that very easily could have checked out, if we're being completely frank, right? They could have very easily just said, right, this has happened, it is what it is, and, you know, we've just been the second best team here in a way, right? But they actually haven't. Credit to them. They've really kind of come into this and said, right, sure, this isn't gone the way we've wanted it to, but I'm not going to kind of fully give up just yet. Looks like we're probably into a tech issue here as we get the server back underway, but as a whole, a side that aren't dead just yet, which is pretty commendable.
Absolutely. I think this break is not going to take too long, hopefully. Other than that, so far, I would say Eagle Eye was much more dominant, of course. 3P, they definitely showed up and they came to win. This time around on Port, it looks a little bit more challenging, I would say, but still overall, 3P, obviously, they still have the upper hand. They still have what it takes to win this one. But we have to say one thing, HDZ is a big factor of that, right? Because he gets all these entries, he gets all these sniper kills in mid or along, you name it, right? So without him, this could be a little bit tougher.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's really given them a lot of opportunities, a lot of openings to work with, which is obviously very, very commendable right now. So, yeah, you're right. HTC he keeps playing the way that he is playing. Things will probably continue to be somewhat feeling one-sided. But still potentially a long way to go. Just as long as the game gets back underway, hopefully sooner rather than later. It feels like we're on the back burner of this one, if we're being honest as well. This feels like the beginning of the end. Maybe a bit of a cosmetic comeback in a sense for CANKER, but yeah, not expecting them to be able to push this towards a third.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. I mean, this is a timeout, right? But even if they take away the momentum, is it actually going to change too much? Maybe not. Not too sure, though. I mean, we have seen a couple of times where, you know, a quick timeout could make a big difference, but I don't think this is the case. We'll see. 9-5. We are back into the game, and we'll see what happens next.
Okay, well, back on the way. 9-5. CANKER, who obviously found a nice round in that clutch, of course, at the end, but let's try and build upon it. Uses a bit of a catalyst. A couple of fights being taken early doors already. Significant damage. Just trying to take a couple of pop shots to see basically what's on offer.
And here comes the wraparound. Only good for one, which is a little bit devastating almost. NX Lon, he finds HEZ again, which is a big kill, but only one from his position. He could have definitely had at least 2, maybe even 3, but obviously it's easy to say for me, right? But definitely a good start into this round. And, you know, I think it was Gainer and Pietro that were kind of creeping onto B and they went back, right? All these players from CANKER, they instantly moved to B, which I think it's crazy because it's so easy apparently to fake him out, right?
Yeah, you're right. Okay, sitting back box. Sitting game for him. Kind of desperately trying to force a bit of an engagement. Pietro, I have a feeling maybe the leg might have been spotted there.
Yeah, see, this is what I mean, right? All the attention is towards B now, and this is basically a free bomb fight for 3P, unless, never mind, LSY will find the only man close to A, and yeah, I mean, this is beautifully executed here from 3P. They read them like a book, and this is just falling apart. I mean, this is do or die. Everything around has to go towards CANKER here, and it's not looking too likely at this moment.
And that's why Pietro as well to close it. And off the back of a tech turn tack and a pause and a bit of a breather, only ends the way that we expected it. Just like that, it will be PingPongPals. A 2-0 here. You know, ultimately, Panda, we completely expected this. This is a sort of a bracket which is so heavily lent in favor of PingPongPals.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's not too much of a surprise, right? I mean, you have to go with 3P. It is just, on paper, it's necessary, right? So, anyway, I would still give CANKER a good attempt, right? Like, just, you tried. It wasn't enough. Try again next year, I guess, right? But it's still too early to say it, right? So, but I think they had a great showing. Overall, obviously, it wasn't too dominant because 3P is just too good, right? But still, in the open league, they still had a good performance, so we still have to, you know, give them the benefit of a doubt. But guys, don't go anywhere. We will quickly go to the desk. So see you soon.
Thank you so much, Pandox and Anniuka. Yeah, Panda said it, man. They had a good performance, CANKER, but nonetheless,
it's PingPongPals
going into game 1 against like one of the strongest contenders in the CFS last season is a challenge, to be honest.
Big challenge.
If I was in their place, those are big shoes that you need to fit in and actually try your best, but it just didn't happen for CANKER, and you can see that Petro and the guys are super prepared when it comes to map picks, rotations, tactics. All these things combined caused chaos for CANKER to try to sustain it.
I mean, if you watch the game and you watch the last round, you would tell everything from the last round. How CANKER guys, they stacked beside only because they saw the leg of Petro while Petro was faking and putting his teammates to his side. That's an IGL diff we are talking about here. That's the real IGL we are having here, as we can see in the highlights as well. So, as also Panda said, that it's really hard. You're going against PingPongPals. This is not an easy contender. We are talking about the best team among the 8 teams that's playing the CFS qualifiers right now, which is PingPongPals. And CANKER had a really tough start to start versus this team and also to start in such maps. Yes, we've talked about the Globalist and Blacklist side, and there was a big mistake from our side that we said that PingPongPals is going to be starting on the Blacklist, but no, PingPongPals starting on Globalist, which is something everybody's expecting. We even questioned why they're going to be starting on Blacklist, but no, they started on the Blacklist and the Globalist round, and they got the rounds that they needed. I guess they finished 6-3 if I can remember good, which is very good and comfortable pick for you as you are going into the Blacklist, and that's how PingPongPals played the Blacklist very good. I'm talking about the IGLing. That's why I want the guys to watch the game. If you watch the game and check the last round, you would tell why PingPongPals are one of the strongest teams because of Petro. This guy in IGLing is one of the best in the West League, and that's always putting his teammates in advantage.
And to add to that, sometimes the IGL, or most times the IGL has the lowest kill rate, but the most impact
not in
in
Petro's
the game,
case,
but
no.
not in Petro. Petro's doing both simultaneously. And to speak of this specific match and close it out there, I really believe PingPongPals is the kind of team that if CANKER leaves a site, leaves a vacancy, gives some room, they will immediately capitalize on it. It's not like the other teams who may be less in performance or as a team roster, but this is not what you should be doing against PingPongPals. You have to hold and maintain yourself, because if you don't, every inch you give them, they're going to take a mile from it.
Yeah, and we've seen also a very quick shot from HTZ. Maybe I missed this on live, but it was very good cold shot. There is a big gap in the individual skills between both teams, because we are not saying the CANKERs are bad. The guys are still young and they're still competing versus one of the top tier teams.
I mean, they're here, right?
Yeah. So, but talking about individual skills, the guys from PingPongPals, the guys are very good. We have Gainer, HDZ, and KZ, and everybody is just really ready to compete versus the top tiers in not only on the qualifiers, but we're going to be seeing these guys in the regional finals.
Yeah, I mean, to put it into perspective, CANKER hasn't really tasted the like what happened last season. PingPongPals has, and they want it more. We just have to admit it. You can see from the gameplay, you can see from the individual performances, they have the potential to not just qualify, but possibly even win and contend against teams like Rock, GG, and so on.
Yeah, GG in a circle, because we've seen how strong they play versus such teams, and they made themselves a spot in the top 4, and they did very good in the regular season of the West League Season 2. They got 4th place, they got to the qualifiers, they are winning their first game, and they are 1 win away going to regional finals, which puts them a step ahead into going to the CFS, which I believe that's their goal. So talking about CANKER, they still have a chance, but it's the only chance they have. If they lose one more game, that means that CANKER is going to be leaving. That means that CANKER will not be in the regional finals. Yeah. But still, it's too early to talk, and we are saying that sometimes when you start when you have a very tough opponent as a start, you learn and you gain a lot of experience from such matchups. That's what we expect in CANKER to have, and that's what we're going to be seeing from them in the next games. We want them to adapt, we want them to learn, and we want to see the best out of it. What makes good about this tournament, we're talking about the CFS qualifiers, that open league teams playing versus West League teams, first place, second place, whoever is playing versus each other. So you see difference in the skills, and you see how the teams are adapting. As we can see, 10-5 to PingPongPals, a very dominant win, 2-0 in the series for the guys from PingPongPals. 1.86 Petro, I guess, is one of the best series that he's ever played. And we have HDZ, of course, 2.43. But talking about the first map, also Petro is having a solid 1.6, 1.7 KD among both maps. Looking at CANKER, excellent to be honest. He played very good in the first game, but he falls shortly in the second game. Vega is consistent in both games. That's one of the best players in CANKER. That's a top tier player we're talking about here. And this is what you're looking for here.
Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna close CANKER's book just yet. It's gonna depend who they're up against next time in their next match. That's gonna be deciding everything. As for PingPongPals, the future's looking good. It's looking bright. I mean, this is the kind of performance we were expecting from them, and they met that at a standard, you know. So especially with regards to Petro, Gainer, HTZ, MKZ, they're all doing really good. You can tell these guys have taken the time off to actually practice, build synergy, build cohesiveness, and be able to secure these quick wins against teams like CANKER.
Yeah, and it's also if you are watching this tournament and you just know everything, if you're one of the audience and you know PingPongPals, you know CANKER, what you're going to be looking for? What I'm going to be looking for is the players that I want to highlight, the players I want to watch in top tier teams. Okay, we're talking about Vega here. He's having positive KDs in both matchups, which they lost 10-5 and 10-2 and still maintaining a positive KD. That means that you're one of the best players in the team. So if you're a top tier team, if you're a team in the West League, if you're a team you want to be competing in the Open League and win, you might be looking into Vega. You might be looking also into Nextland. He's doing his best. Master as well. He might not be the best KD, but this is a sniper. But if you watch his movement, if you watch his reads, if you watch his quick scoops, his clutches, the clutch that he did versus Petro when it was 9-5, you want to be putting this into your consideration. Now we can see that Petro is the MVP with 2.3 KD, which is higher than we expected. He's very good. He well deserved from him. He played very good in the first game, played perfectly good in the second game, not only in IGLing, but also in fragging and killing.
And I like what you highlighted, that this moment for some of these players, whether you're on the winning or losing team, your overall score does matter. If you're losing 10-2 or 5-10 and you still have a positive score, you can get scouted or possibly have a contract, but it depends, like, if you want to remain in your organization or not. Anyways, to highlight another point, it shows the skill of most people think because when you get older your skill starts reducing, your hand-to-eye coordination and all that, but not in CF. I've seen a strong scale where players like Petro and them even flex and so on. The older they get and the more knowledge and exposure and experience they have from CrossFire, they always find a way to implement it in game.
Yeah, especially because he's IGLing as well.
All right, let's jump to next game, man. This is also, I wouldn't call it competitive as the first game, but actually it's more competitive because I feel like these two teams kind of match in a way. Yeah, Entropy played before in the higher tier, but LegendsOP have proved themselves a couple of times, you know. So they, I think Legends, I like new teams, right? I like teams that can reach this stage of regional qualifiers and possibly beat a team like Entropy.
Well, we're talking about LegendsOP here, the Open League champions, the team that's claimed the first spot, beating Entropy and then beating REH Gaming in the finals. Now, this is an angle for Entropy Gaming to be able to redeem the revenge. Yes, nothing is going to be redeeming the revenge or redeeming the damage that LegendsOP did for Entropy Gaming, not allowing them to go to the West League. But now you at least can deny their entry to the regional finals. So that's what I'm going to be watching right now.
Yeah, so you think there is some kind of internal competitiveness between them. Anyways, I'd like to jump to the next point here, which is going to be what map veto and expectations, man. What do you think? What do you think the maps that are going to go through? I know Entropy plays certain maps that are in this map pool, but I'm not as knowledgeable about LegendsOP.
Well, LegendsOP, it's an Egyptian team, so definitely they like Port, they like Subbase, they want to watch, they want to be playing these games. Not they're going to be playing New Mexico, maybe. They're going to be playing maybe New Compound, because New Compound is kind of the same as Compound, it's just some texture change and maybe it's more wide, but New Mexico's hard.
I feel like Egyptian players in general, they try to avoid the maps that reward on players. They like the one-on-ones, the close range combat, the quick flicks and stuff like that.
Because they're kind of, they want to be relying on their, not the teamwork, because you're talking about Entropy Gaming, they have one of the best experienced players. They have Vice, they have 40, I'm not sure if Vice is going to be playing, but they have 40, and they have Sept. They have a lot of European players that's very good. So now you want to be playing on a close matchups for LegendsOP and Entropy.
Capitalize on
for Entropy, I don't think they have a problem.
Let's jump to the maps and actually see who picked what, because this is kind of gonna decide everything, and I think you agree with me, Penguin.
Yeah, Black Widow ban right now from LegendsOP. Okay, they don't want to be playing a white map, but
Wow.
Entropy Gaming denies sub-base for them, which is very good. That's what we're talking about. Eagle Eye again, we're going to be seeing, and Global Risk is going to be for Entropy Gaming.
I want new compound.
Okay, Ankara, by the way, is one of the best maps for Entropy Gaming. So
I
if
agree.
we see that Entropy Gaming beating them on Eagle Eye, now Ankara is going to be
Looks
going
like
for the
it's a
favor
port,
of
maybe,
Entropy
yeah.
Gaming. Yeah, New Compound is banned by LegendsOP, and also New Mexico is banned. So it's basic maps: Eagle Eye, Ankara, and
They're playing
Port.
standard maps.
Yes.
Yeah, no mischievousness from any of the coach or
Yes.
IGLs. They're playing standard maps. Port as a decider. What do you think with LegendsOP picking Eagle Eye against Entropy?
Well, LegendsOP picking Eagle Eye versus them, maybe because Entropy is not that much practicing lately, because we know that Entropy Gaming is not practicing that much. I know it for a fact that they are not practicing that much. So Eagle Eye is, Eagle Eye is the map that you should be practicing mostly at least 2-3 times per week, so you can be able to play it. So I believe that the guys are trying to maybe push the series into this. And also for Entropy Gaming, I don't think they have a problem playing Eagle Eye, because they're playing on individual skills. They're kind of playing, I don't want to say disconnected, but they're playing somehow solo plays. They want to be like Sept dropping 2 kills, 40 dropping 2 kills.
Every man for himself.
Yeah, and try to play for the clutches and everything. So that's why that's why you want to be watching Eagle Eye. And for Ankara, it's a basic map that you play. Usually the European players, and we're talking about the German players here, they love to play Ankara.
Is Ankara favored to either blacklist or global
blacklist?
risk?
Definitely.
It's usually blacklist,
yeah, it's
right?
usually
So
a blacklist map, because it's wide map and you take a lot of control, and you have a utility usage that you can use in controlling hotel or pushing a side, try to control underpass, get the information from mid and everything. But here, for LegendsOP, this is a chance for you to prove that beating Entropy Gaming or everybody on the Open League was not a chance by mistake or a luck, because we don't want to be talking more. But now LegendsOP needs to prove this.
Back then it could be a cope, you know, where you're like, oh, you just want us, we weren't having a good day, blah blah blah. But this is the moment where LegendsOP might get a chance to actually not just prove them wrong, but make a big gap in the match itself to show Entropy we deserve it more than you. Who knows?
Yeah, because if you're talking about the teams, now we are having top 4 team from West League, which is, we're talking about PingPongPals here. This is the best contender and the best team to watch.
Definitely.
The second team that right away is the first from Open League, which is LegendsOP. So we want to be seeing these matchups winning their games easily. PingPongPals proved it
later on.
PingPongPals. Not talking about meeting each other, but playing versus the other teams. PingPongPals, they proved already that they are one of the top tier teams. They beat CANKER 2-0. Now it's time for LegendsOP to prove their chance and to beat Entropy Gaming into the matchup. Especially that Entropy Gaming, I believe that these guys did not even log into the servers for maybe a while. They're just not practicing that much. Maybe so LegendsOP have a chance to redeem it. They have a very good players. I want to be highlighting that they have Dirty. I played with this guy. This is one of the best snipers.
So ideally what you pointed out is that LegendsOP have been, let's say, practicing, scrimming more, getting more game time, putting the hours in. Because the philosophy of the harder you work, the more rewarded you're going to get eventually. As for Entropy, you did mention that they haven't really played as much.
Maybe they're playing individually, but as team play, I don't think they practice that much.
So that might be some weakness we'll find there. Anyways, let's jump back to Pandoxin and Nukai, our casters for game 1.
Cheers, guys. Looking forward to this one. Kind of an interesting game as a whole. Bit of a rematch, of course. There's history here between these two, but also it's very interesting to hear that Entropy haven't even opened the game, apparently, for a few weeks. So that's not really a good sign heading in towards this qualifier. I think safe to say that if Entropy were the underdogs coming in towards this game already, now they most definitely are, with maybe that kind of new news that they've not really been playing, practicing at all.
Yes, if that's true. I heard other things, to be fair, but we'll see. Hey, they can pretty much prove us wrong once we start to get playing, right? So no surprises on the map picks, to be fair. I mean, we see yet again it's gonna be Eagle Eye, which I think is a little bit uncommon almost. Usually Eagle Eye is one of these maps that actually instantly get banned, as especially with Mexico as well. But not this time around. It is going to be yet again Eagle Eye, and I'm very excited for this matchup here, especially because I have been in touch with some of these Entropy Gaming players, right? So I am pretty sure, obviously, they came prepared, but I don't know too much about LegendsOP, so let's see what they have in store.
Yeah, I'm interested to see kind of what we've got brought to the table. It's a slow push here. Reach around that corner. Bever, of course, a player who has been around the scene quite a lot, save for Dirty, DC experience in the last couple of years, and it will be an opener. Raging and Pew both going to get caught as well, so LegendsOP, a nice start for them. That is a dominant first round.
Absolutely insane. What a beautiful flash onto Rage, and he had no chance to respond whatsoever, fully blinded by the lights. And LegendsOP, they are already starting very convincing, at least to me. I mean, not a single player has fallen, and I don't know, man. This looks scary, even though it's only the first round, but look at this aggression here from Pew. He cannot really see anything through the smoke. He will back off eventually, but look at the pressure. They are so ruthless. I mean, LegendsOP, they are really playing here right now.
This is a side that kind of actually have a lot to prove as well. The LegendsOP team, you know, it's about kind of real form in a consistent kind of fashion in a sense, and there's decent experience on the flip side. You know, as much as I was talking about kind of Dirty and Bever, two guys who of course have played a few seasons of the last kind of year and a half of the West League. You've got the other side of where 40 and the likes of Madison, also the same for them as well. Pew can open things up with a quick trade by Bever, and they're continuing to push on forward. This sort of relentless pace that LegendsOP can throw at in Entropy is so difficult to deal with.
Well, here we are in front of B, stalling a little bit. LegendsOP all over the map. Not too sure where to go just yet. We see a little bit of a rotation coming through towards A. And you will have Bever faking out towards B, and looks like a slowly but surely wraparound will come through. I think it's Raging actually. And you will find Bever. Bever will go down. And they can kind of tell this is a bluff, right? So you can already tell they are moving towards A, and 40, he's blind, still finds the kill. He misses the second shot, but there's Madison with the TRG as well, and this looks very good. 30 will go down as well. Beautiful execution here, actually a hold from Entropy Gaming, and they called it. They knew, okay, we have Bever on B Hotel, he's the only one, so the rest of the squad has to be towards along, and they get it done. So, beautiful.
Yeah. This is a game that should be considerably closer. We're looking at kind of basically where these two already know a decent amount about each other in terms of the playstyle. Flashes over as well, and they come on. Buzz going to try and lead the charge here. It's Sata close left. He spots 40 up top, but 40 and Sata both deliver as 40 has one more as well. Dirty. Nice find for him, and Riz going to get two. Okay, round back on 2 versus 2 very quickly.
The moment you think Entropy Gaming has the upper hand, LegendsOP prove us wrong by getting 2 kills. Raging, does he know about Riz in the tower position? He doesn't, but he drops down the ladder and he still gets away somehow. That's incredible. 1 HP and he's still running and gunning. Probably will take a big swing. And he's maybe able to find Dirty. Still, he doesn't find the shot there either. This looks a little bit awkward almost. Dirty still running and gunning as well. And it's, I'm not too sure what the game plan here is. Right now it's just shoot some, shots being fired back and forth, but eventually LegendsOP, they have to make a move towards B, and this is the case. They take a smart decision here. They're not wasting too much time. They know this bomb site has to be clear, but they're taking this one a little bit too close now. There you go. But I just realized they don't have the bomb. Okay, this is crazy. So they actually have to recover the bomb, and this is going to be a little bit weird.
Raging's basically 1 foot in the grave, so this feels like it's all on the shoulders of Sata. Down the stairs, missed shot as well, and actually Riz, given the luxury of getting out, never should be able to kind of escape from that spot. Raging in behind as well. There's one. Looking for the second. Quick 180 as well from Dirty. Looking to try and tap. He knows where Sept is now. He needs to find a pixel, but he can't. Sept sees it off, and it's Entropy who win the round.
Yeah, a little bit too close for comfort, but Rage, and he got it done there. Beautiful timing as well. Almost got the double kill there, but a little bit too close in my opinion, right? But still, I feel like, so if we look at the history, right? So we have Entropy Gaming that were first place in the Open League, but they lost against LegendsOP in the playoffs, and it was a 3-0, right? So Entropy Gaming, they want payback, right? And I'm not too sure if Legends are too ready for that, but right now I would say it's either one's game, right?
Yeah. I think you could take pocket moments from both of these two sides. Oh, there's a line up there, but he actually can't see it off. It's Buzz who gets both, in fact. And he wants more pistol. Pulled out. The nice work for him. Buzz. Third of the round. Even all on the shoulders of Madison, a man with a very decent amount of experience playing within the West League. Oh, here's a picture spotted. It is actually just about spot for FC. Oh my god, Buzz. That's such a risky peek. Thankfully, he does sort of retract himself and fall back. 1 versus 2 now. Madison, a known quantity. Buzz is so low. A lot feels like it's going to be done by Frapsy. He's trying to isolate. They're spamming the box as well. This feels unwinnable for Madison, and it is. Frapsy will see it off. But that round feels like it's very much won by Buzz. Individually brilliant.
Oh yeah. Nice taps. USP comes into play. And they get it done. Even right now, the aggression from Entropy doesn't really slow down. All over Hotel, Bridge. And so far, it looks a little bit shaky. No one has fallen just yet. And I like this from LegendsOP. They are not rushing into this right instantly. They take their time. They take some info. They get some damage here and there. And they just, you know, they take it slow. On the other side, of course, Entropy. Not too sure if they are aware. And we have seen this happen before with Ragen in this position. Madison doesn't get shot down, but here's Ragen with the big swing. Finds two. Finds one as well. Now it's Dirty and Buzz. Last man standing. Dirty with a good angle here. Is not going to find anything just yet.
Yeah, waiting game. Feels like it should be a third for Entropy. 4 versus 2. It feels next to impossible to lose from this spot. And also with the C4 down. Oh, that's not a great fight from Ragen though. Oh, and Dirty one tap. Thankfully the trade is there, but that chance opened up for Buzz. He got a 3K in the previous round. Now 1 versus 2. His leg has been spotted. He's looking to recover that C4, and he does. Question is now for Entropy. Did he know that he's actually moving in behind it? He's made noise. They've got to know, and they do. Pew. He'll see him off, but there was a chance there. More chance than there should have been.
I mean, look at these taps. There just swings in, takes out 40, goes back. I mean, absolutely incredible. In the end, it wasn't really enough, but you really gotta give him this credit, right? And you know what? Entropy, I mean, we have to consider one thing. They have so much experience in this roster, right? I mean, Madison has been so good in Lazarus, right, a while back, and obviously has improved even more. And when it comes to 40 Ragen, they both have been to CFS. 40 has been there a couple of times. And I mean, these players, they know what's cooking, they know what's up to the plate, and they definitely came to win. But do they still have what it takes? We will see. 40 missing a lot of crucial shots. We're not really able to find anything, but now we will find Rise in tower, and he's still looking for more.
Yeah, not giving up for now. Oh, up close. Scrappy fight. Not a good one as well for Dirty. Thankfully, Buzz can trade. So far, Buzz has been the impact man for LegendsOP, but HP are doing enough, just keeping the numbers in their favor, keeping the HP in their favor as well. This is a little bit of a funky one in this corner. Pew had the opportunity to drop Bever their back turn. He probably still gets it. Waiting Gabe. As Bever actually comes out on top. This will change things a little bit. 3 versus 3, but Buzz is still low. Ragent needs to win this fight. Ragent so far, you know, it's not looked too sharp in some of these fights. His head-to-heads has been taking. Maybe that comes over. Buzz keeps singing this guy's praises. He keeps doing so well. And it's all on his shoulders. It's Madison for both.
I mean, Madison, he saves the day yet again. And these fights are so much closer when we compare these to the first matchup we had, right? And I like what I'm seeing. This was so much more competitive. And you know, so far, you know, obviously Entropy look a little bit better when it comes to the score, but overall, all these rounds are so close, right?
And that's what makes us believe that there actually is still a decent chance that this is a series that can go the distance. These two sides, actually, in terms of the rounds themselves, are quite evenly matched. It's just a late round. Entropy are coming out on top.
Yeah. And obviously, LegendsOP, they wanted to play Eagle Eye. So far, so good. But once we switch to Ankara later on, I feel like it's going to be even more interesting. Because, you know, Ankara, obviously, you know, they have a little bit more experience here and there. But I think it's just going to be sniper heaven, especially with all these snipers in the squad we have here, right? So, nonetheless, we're still here on Eagle Eye. We'll see who will be the winner of this one. And Madison very much holding this tower position. They're very sure someone will cross, but Raging, he will find Frepsy, maybe a second one as well. He sprays him down. Madison actually found one as well. Riz trying to reduce the damage here, but it is just too much to handle. And this round, all of a sudden, looks so much cleaner from Entropy.
Yeah. Entropy now as well starting to do enough, I think it's worth saying, to kind of pull away a little bit. Now putting ourselves in a spot where they're building up a nice repertoire here. 5-2, 3-round buffer. Even just one more round in this half, and I'm very happy with how this kind of concludes for them. So, it's safe to say I'm concerned, I think, for LegendsOP. Yes, coming back to kind of the point you brought up, Pando, it's like, these rounds are actually super close in the rounds specifically, but there's a world in which we get to the end of this map and we say, ultimately, who cares that the rounds were close? Look at the scoreline, right? It could be even something quite similar to the 10-2 that we had to open up our previous series. That's what worries me here. It's all well and good that the rounds are close, but if you're not converting any of them, I don't know.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, in the end, it always matters who won, not how many rounds you got, right? So, this is really what it comes down to. This time around, LegendsOP, a little bit quicker, and it seems to work out beautifully. 40 has an answer, finds Trepsy, looking for more. Zada, not able to help his friend out, and the pressure will eventually come. 40 here will go down. LegendsOP, they put the numbers a little bit closer together, but still the lead, Entropy Gaming. If they are able to find one more, it would be a very good half for them, but obviously LegendsOP has something else in mind. Madison, look at this aggression here. Is he actually going to go further? I don't think so. He will just hold this position, which I think is a smart decision.
Oh man, Madison, nice work. Finds Frapsy to open things up. That's a very audacious peek there by Frapsy. Feels, I don't know, somewhat unnecessary if I'm being completely honest. An opener given away towards Entropy. They might have tried to add to it as well. Madison going to play up close to the box.
Still, LegendsOP, very proactive all over the map. And it seems that Entropy, they pretty much have it under control, but still not too easy to handle. And, you know, LegendsOP, they take a much slower approach this time around. I mean, they obviously are very proactive, like I mentioned, but still they are pretty much holding it back for now. I mean, the trades are good. Q will find one, but Dirty instantly trades him out, and it's a pretty even trade, I would say. And just a matter of time before LegendsOP, they have to decide what to do, because if that happens, that is pretty bad for Entropy, but we'll see if he's able to get one more from his position. He's so aggressive. He will go down eventually.
Yeah, that was a little scrappy. Riz staying alive for as long as he did, actually somewhat commendable in his sense. They have got the sight here. Will go down, planted by Bever. Bever and Dirty, of course, these two have played together for quite a while. Have a lot of experience in the smoke that'll come down to give them some coverage. And Bever going to play in front of it. He'll take hotel control. Now, whether this is a wrap or if he's actually going to post up here will be kind of interesting. In comes Ragent. He might get in the side as well. He should. 3v on offer. And there it is, but not before. Sept does fall. Thankfully, Pew is there. And the defuse will come through. Entropy, they've now guaranteed this is kind of not only a lead, but actually a comfortable lead. Heading in towards the second half, that's a very decent one. 6 rounds first half, you're very happy with that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially with the first game, you really want to be ahead of your opponent, right? But LegendsOP, once again, they somehow managed to 3-0 Entropy in the playoffs. So I'm wondering where that kind of confidence is right now. I mean, still, don't get me wrong, they're still doing a very good job. But ultimately, if this continues to be the case here, LegendsOP will have a hard time. And it continues to be the case. Buzz will go down to 40 with the arm here. The tier G, actually. So, a decent start for Entropy, but the LegendsOP, they are looking for an answer right now.
Okay. Slow hold here for now. After the opener on towards Buzz, probably the most important one. I know Dirty's been quite good, but Buzz has actually been influential in creating space. So him falling early, super important. Entropy, they just pump the brakes. They want to wait and see what the response is looking like. If there are any mistakes that get made here. Not a lot being offered up though. LegendsOP just happy to sit back and shell up.
Yeah, I mean, happy to do so, right? I mean, they don't really need to extend too much. I mean, obviously you want to have some information, some map control, but on Eagle Eye, it's a little bit different if you compare it to other maps. You're pretty happy to, you know, leave mid to your enemy because, you know, obviously you don't really want to be there. But Rift gets a lot of information and some damage as well. That's beautifully done by him. This makes the rounds a little bit easier for LegendsOP, but there's still so much work to do. Raging will find him and clean him up. Ever not able to respond either, and yeah, all of a sudden, LegendsOP, they fall and drop, and this round might just be over.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just too easy, isn't it? Much too easy. Dirty also going to drop as well. Only the one casualty for Entropy. It's a pretty damning one, all in all. And it has put now LegendsOP in a really tough predicament. We're talking about now where they're at a spot where even just one more round and you start to sort of mentally check out a little bit. It's not a good sign with what we're seeing so far from them. It's becoming, I think, much too easy is the unfortunate case.
Yep. You lose against LegendsOP still hurts. You can really tell. It just hurts so much. They came prepared and they want to win. This is actually why I was surprised in the beginning, because from what I know is Entropy, they practice every single day actually. So a little bit I was a little bit confused why, you know, why the desk thinks they haven't been online for a while. But hey, maybe they have different information. I don't know. Doesn't matter. We can clearly tell by the scoreline that Entropy has been practicing.
Yeah.
And, you know, LegendsOP, they are shaking a little bit.
Yeah, definitely worth kind of proposing that to the desk post-map, because right now this is looking very clear that this is an Entropy side that have got a lot of good reps under their belt, a lot of kind of good practice too. LegendsOP, who are looking pretty flustered at the moment. Flash around that corner. Ever in trouble and dead. Buzz 1 is all he'll get before he's shredded out by 40. That's a nice little kind of pack maneuver there by Entropy. I said they're kind of trying to play around the car on site. Raging. This is a messy fight for him. Actually needs a bit of support here as well. He's sort of stuck now. And his rotations and support that have come over. 40. What a missed shot as well. Even again, but thankfully Madison, Sata, all their big flankers. Riz gets both.
Anderson Has a good idea. Riz not able to get anything done from his position. 20 seconds on the board. Bomb has to be planted eventually. Big swing from Riz. Let's see if they are able to predict this one. I mean, they have to be aware at some point. Riz now zooming. Not able to find Menacing here. The trade will not come through. And you know what? Like you mentioned, the approach in the beginning was a little bit weird because they took too long, right? But Menacing, he took a smart decision to just wrap around. He went through mid, he got all the necessary kills there, and yet again, Entropy with a decent round. Well, not as decent as the others, but still, you gotta give him some credit here.
Okay, so 8-2-3. Clock ticking on this map. Feels like LegendsOP have really struggled to get a foothold in it. Across both halves, they've just not looked very strong at all, unfortunately. 5-round buffer zone. Entropy, they're not really in too much of a rush by any means. They're more than happy to sit back and invite pressure on and see what LegendsOP bring to the table.
Yeah. The execution from last round into Hotel was beautifully, right? So the flash onto the bridge completely flashed. I think it was Beva. He had no chance to respond. Raging was able to take him out. I mean, that was just by playbook, and this really shows that they were definitely practicing, right? So
yeah,
it's really looking decent from Entropy. Of course, LegendsOP, they also look very good, but against Entropy right now, it's the same story with CANKER, right? Obviously, they have to be good at you know, at some point at some maps. I don't know, right? But right now, I would still say Entropy has the upper hand, nonetheless. Regardless of how good LegendsOP is.
Yeah, very valid. Of course, numbers advantage. We hit that 30-second mark. Well, it's favourable for Entropy in terms of numbers. It's not in terms of the time here. They've got to go quick. And Boz will find one. Quick trade that'll come through from Pew. They're trying to scale up. Oh, just creeping in towards that 15-second mark. This is janky. Pistol pulled out and works well. Pop shot the TRG. Can't quite connect. The C4 will make its way down, but so much damage there towards the HP. 1 versus 1 dirty. Arguably favours him because of the health, and he wins it. Entropy looked a little bit nervous heading in towards that one. They left it way too late for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Beba was the key player, and he was not really able to get anything done from his position. Nonetheless, LegendsOP, they get it done very close, very, very close. I mean, it was just a matter of, you know, pretty much one bullet, but they get it done. They finally respawn nicely. They get a round on the boards, so the score doesn't look as scary anymore. Still, a lot to do for them, and looks like Entropy is not going to waste too much time here. It's Buzz, not able to get anything done from his position either. Beva finally finds one. Menacing, good for the trade. Yeah, it goes back and forth. It looks pretty much even, I would almost say, but Entropy, they have been revealed. They know something is cooking here. LegendsOP trying to respawn, but look at this 40 and Rage, and they get so many cracks on the board as well. Frapsy now left alone.
Well. Frapsy. Known quantity as well. All 40 really has to do is play time here, and Raging just play for the trade. I don't like that fight. You've left 40 so low on his own, but he does win out the fight. Raging doesn't need to be taking that peak. That's such a bad way to play that post pawn, but they get bailed out by 40 hitting the shot.
40 wins those, so no worries. But yeah, obviously, you're absolutely right. Raging, unnecessary risk here. They still win the rounds. But this could have gone towards LegendsOP any time of the day. But it didn't. 9-4 is the scoreline. Do or die for LegendsOP. And I'm not too sure what they can do at this point. I mean, it's not like they're not hitting their shots or anything. It's just they can't control the pressure coming from Entropy, right? And Beva, usually someone I really look forward to, but he has been somewhat quiet, I would say. I'm not too sure. Maybe it's just not his map, but they picked this map, so they definitely should be ready, right?
Ever. Just peeking in that window. In come the util. Two smokes and a flash that come over. Still no real proper information to work with. This could be enough for Entropy. They've got 2 vs 1 to open things up. REH are going to try and add to it as well. Sept gets caught by Dirty, but he's so low. And now dead, all on the shoulders of Beva. 2 vs 1, and Beva's going to go up on high here for this, and it nearly catches Raging off guard.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, very difficult for him to get that shot with the HK there, but still would have been a lot easier for him to win this round. But he still is able to find one. Menace now 1v1 clutch. He gets it done, and this is it. Entropy. Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, obviously, nonetheless, it was still a close matchup, but once the side swapped, Entropy, they still couldn't really be stopped, right? So definitely huge shoutouts to them, but I'm a little bit questioned here what's going on with LegendsOP, because again, they won against Entropy 3-0, so I don't really see this here, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to say that the kind of the narrative, the rumor, however you want to put it, that Entropy aren't pracking is definitely false. They've, without a doubt, looking like a side that are very well drilled, have a lot up their sleeve, a lot of nice kind of depth in terms of their strats. That's not a side that have not played or not opened the game within the last couple of weeks. That's for damn sure. Really, really nice work coming through from them. LegendsOP, a lot rough around the edges, I think, without a doubt. And you know, especially heading in towards map number 2, it's going to be quite interesting, because map number 2, I think, in the same way, when you're looking towards that Ankara, it can actually play quite similarly. If you want to fight and play in a little bit more of a puggy manner, you actually can go about that heading in towards an Ankara, and that worries me a lot. I think for LegendsOP, looking very, very rough, but Entropy, very clean, lot to like, well drilled, well pracked. I like what I saw. Desk, take it away.
Thank you guys so much. You made our experience watching Game 1 all the more worthwhile. I mean, I have to agree. Entropy did have some good strategies. They blocked off anything that LegendsOP was trying to cook or facilitate. In the initial rounds, it seemed equal, but then Entropy just blew them away.
Yeah, that's what I said. I didn't say that the guys didn't log in into the servers. I said they didn't practice together as a team. And if you are having Manison, you are having Sarah,
they're playing
you're
all
having
day.
40, you don't need to practice as 5, because your experience already will pay off. You have PO as well. A guy went to CFS multiple times, so you don't need to practice to show your potential. You just need to have a good aim, and that's what we've seen. And mentioning that Pandoxon said it's 3-0 was for the favor of LegendsOP versus Entropy Gaming in the CFL. Let me tell you that this is not the case here, because here we are talking about the real LegendsOP right now. But UIG, maybe they had an off day, or maybe LegendsOP did something extraordinary in the CFL that nobody knows about in order for them to win 3-0. But in this case, as said here, everything is gonna be loud and clear for everybody that Entropy Gaming, they are a very strong opponent.
Yeah, I mean, this game is what really matters at this point, because it's gonna propel you and your organization into a more competitive environment. Not just maybe to win, but at least gain more of that pro league experience, you know what I mean? Facing off against the best teams in the region.
Yeah, and let us also mention that this was the LegendsOP pick. So they tried to pick Eagle Eye, they tried to play versus Entropy Gaming on Eagle Eye, but Entropy Gaming just fired back on them and played very well. That doesn't mean that LegendsOP did play bad, but you know, they play good. But I feel that the clutches went in the favor of UIG, because we've seen Beva, he's hitting his shots, we've seen Dirty, he's hitting the shots, the rest is trying to cope as well. Buzz is doing very good job in IJling, but still I felt that they kinda did lose the clutches, which usually wins you rounds and usually wins you games.
Yeah, I mean, The casters did mention, this is something we need to point out. Looking at the highlights, it feels a bit puggy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
In a sense, what I mean by
It's
puggy
very
is
fast game, yeah.
there's a lot of individual decision making that Entropy is capitalizing on and managing to secure kills without even waiting for your partner to rotate for the trade or to secure the site better or to push the site better. Really outstanding performance from Entropy going in hot for game 1, in my opinion. It wasn't like that last season, you know, they struggled a lot, but it seems like maybe they've recovered.
Yeah, and especially that also, as you said, it feels puggy, then that means that your individual skills should be ready. Because if you're pugging a tournament, and sometimes you need this, by the way, this is even done in the highest professional levels, that you will need your aim, you will need your individual skills. You'll
Someone
need,
like Famous, yeah.
You will need your brain, you will need your aim, to out-aim your enemy team, to not to overthink, just very simple gameplay, just very basic strategies, and you will be winning games. That's what EUG did lately in this matchup, and also in LegendsOP they tried to do the same, but we still talking about the individual skills going in the favor of EUG. As we can see that Entropy Gaming and 40 Rain, both of them 1.5 KD. These guys are doing very good job. Madison as well, he did a very good job, 1.33 KD, and he's the entry of Entropy Gaming, so that means that Entropy Gaming are really locked in for this tournament.
Yeah, Entropy did have a good performance. We can see it through the numbers on the set summary here. But one thing I wanted to highlight is the fact that it's regional qualifiers. I feel like Entropy's playing better than they did when it was the normal league, you know what I mean? I don't know why, but nonetheless, like you said, this is LegendsOP's map pick.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, do you want to go back to the drawing board after this game and actually do something about it and not like serve up game 1 on a silver platter, picking a map that definitely Entropy has showed to have experience in.
Yeah, and I don't think LegendsOP is going to be playing the same on Ankara. They're going to be playing way better. Yeah. Maybe they wanted some time to lock in and get into the servers, and maybe their brain is kind of rusty. As we said, there was a big break between the tournaments,
of course.
And now it's time for them to come back, and I believe that they can do it and win on Ankara. Yes, it's Entropy Gaming pick, but we've seen LegendsOP pick as well. Entropy Gaming going away with it, so that means that also LegendsOP can go away with the pick from the side of Entropy Gaming. Not also this, it's Ankara. It's one of the basic maps. It's been played for almost 10 years. Yeah, 10 years. So you have the knowledge, you have the basics, you understand everything. Dirty is very good on Ankara, by the way. He's one of the best players watching mids, so that's what I want to be watching from.
Yeah, I'd love to watch game 2, so I'd like to take it back to our casters to begin.
Yes, thank you guys very much. It is going to be Ankara for the second map. What can we expect? I think if we consider map number 1, we can basically consider something similar on Ankara. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know, the way Entropy played, all expectations for me is that they should take this in 2 now. I just think individually they look a lot sharper, a lot better. It feels like as a team and a unit as well, there's a lot more to like from this side at the moment. And, you know, you look at LegendsOP and they just looked quite flustered in a lot of situations. I thought late rounds were quite poor from them. You know, when C4 was down as well, retakes were pretty janky. So I'm not super sold or super convinced about LegendsOP. For me, Entropy, I think they've got enough up their sleeve to feel confident now, especially the way in which they took map 1, which was LegendsOP map pick. They should have no issues there.
Well, we're just about to find out as LegendsOP slowly but surely make their way up towards A. It's only Rest in mids waiting for these rotations, but he will eventually group up with the rest of his buddies as well. But look at this. Oh, Entropy has a clue, the triple stack on A. It's always, I said this in CrossFire West League Season 2 as well. Always on Ankara, the first side the BL people attack is A, right? And this is the case here as well. And look at this. Oh, this is all falling apart. It's only Riz in mid. Last man standing. Surely not 1 versus 5. Can he get it done? He will find 2. That's a start. Yep, he makes them know that he is really ready to play here. I mean, 3 more to go. It seems impossible, but is it really though?
Yeah, it feels like it should be. C4 now goes seemingly a little quiet behind it with, you know, how low is it is. Like, you can't fathom a way to win a round like this from this sort of spot.
Yeah.
45 seconds. He's got at least a decent amount of time, but with no C4, no information, and then no HP, his chances of winning this have got to be 1%, if that.
Entropy obviously have a little bit of a setup here. They know something is cooking. Beautiful position, actually. But time is ticking, 20 seconds on the board. Even if Riz finds a quick kill onto Pew, I'm not too sure if it's going to be enough to take out Madison. The time is still ticking. He's taking a lot of time here, 10 seconds now. It's basically impossible if he doesn't go. And yeah, Pew will just take him out. And yeah, first round goes to Entropy, looking very convincing, actually. I mean, they had the right call. They stacked towards A. And yeah, LegendsOP kind of shell-shocked here.
Yeah, agreed. It just really didn't look super convincing at all from LegendsOP from kind of the get-go, if we're being honest. And then you add in towards the way in which the round got kind of concluded. I don't know, man. I'm not sold at all yet on LegendsOP. They've not really brought a lot to the table, which makes us feel like we have that much belief at the moment. Entropy, as you mentioned, with a nice round to open things up. This could just be more of the same of map number 1.
Yeah, Entropy with a pretty much standard setup here. Nothing to really discuss. On the other side, of course, LegendsOP, they are still looking for anything. And as you can tell, it's Rapsy here in the BL side. And, you know, sometimes the Java players push towards B long, but it's not going to happen here just yet. I mean, you have to be very patient. And you have to wait to pretty much the last 30 seconds to have a good chance of that happening. But it's not going to happen here. However, you can tell there's something happening towards the mid here, but able to find 40, but the trade is there from Raging. The information has been given, but now LegendsOP, they have to make a move. This is their chance. This is their opening. Q with a good position here finds Repsty. Where's the rest of the squad? There's one, and it's not looking too good in this round either. Beva, last man standing, 7 HP. Surely not 50 seconds on the board. He's been spotted. So much to do for him. Not gonna work out.
Yeah, doesn't end up panning out. I mean, again, we're seeing these kind of moments, I think on both sides as well, where you see kind of, I think, a real vast difference between the idea out the gates and the execution, right? And that's been something that I think is plaguing this LegendsOP side a little bit, right? You know, we've seen it again in towards that round where it's like, the idea of what they're trying to bring to the table is quite good. It's just the execution behind it really, unfortunately, isn't. And that's the thing that I think is costing them a lot, right? They just cannot seem to fathom the way to find these rounds over the line as they're sort of calling at a spawn. Tough stuff. Looks like LegendsOP timeout, and a pretty early one at that as well.
Honestly, I think it's very necessary. I mean, like you said, very expensive mistakes, and you don't really have that money to, you know, play around with. So I think this timeout is good. It's very early on, but if you consider the last match as well, it is very necessary, right? So
yeah,
I wonder what there is to talk about right now. I mean, it's not like they are doing too many mistakes, but some mistakes kind of break their neck, right? So on the other side, of course, Entropy, they are playing a very, very beautiful game.
Yeah, agreed. You know, there actually really isn't a lot to critique from Entropy, not even just from what we've seen so far, but actually across the series so far. It's actually been a side that looked very comfortable in terms of what they're trying to bring to the table. Very kind of easy work in terms of how they're approaching kind of every situation. So, yeah, as a whole, not really a lot we can critique from them. They're probably not even going to use this tac pause that much. There's not really a lot they can say, right? It's like, all right, cool, more of the same, guys. That's good. I like what I'm seeing here. Continue this. I think the big thing for them is just about keeping consistency and keeping things ticking over, essentially.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, this is pretty much what it comes down to, right? I mean, they also take away the momentum from Entropy. I'm not too sure if it matters too much here, but maybe it has some factor, right? So definitely a needed timeout nonetheless. We'll see if this makes any difference. I mean, it can be a big difference maker, but right now I don't really see that happening here.
Yeah, I'm with you. Well, let's see. timeout coming to a conclusion and the show about to get back on the road. And it's an Entropy side that are really looking pretty damn on top in terms of their level right now, and unfortunately there's just so little we can really say for LegendsOP. On a positive note, like I said, the idea seems like it's there, but the execution really isn't. So he's back underway though in just a second. 2-0, of course, is the scoreline.
Yep. Seems like we're gonna have a quick remake here. Doesn't really matter too much, but yeah. Hey, it's still very early on in the game. The break is over now. We are just ready to jump back into the game, and I'm very excited to see some more decent rounds here from the side of Entropy. Again, I feel like they came prepared. They really have what it takes to be the winner here, and like Penguin said, I'm not too sure what happened in the playoffs, but it happened nonetheless. So there's definitely something that makes LegendsOP very, very dangerous, right? I'm not too sure what it is. I haven't really seen it yet, but I'm pretty sure it will come eventually. I hope, at least. It would make a big difference.
Look at that. Well, the remake is only a brief one. We can get back underway. You know, we kind of mentioned this with that tack pause coming through from LegendsOP, but it actually kind of followed up when we look at the now tech pause. And it does actually stop a lot of this momentum that was sort of being built up, right? I think it kind of puts it at a bit of a hold. That could work in LegendsOP favor a little bit, right? For them, it's like, okay, sure, we've now slowed them down. We've kind of stopped this onslaught that seems to be happening at the moment, and we've given ourselves a bit of a chance now to kind of reset this entire game in terms of how it's ultimately feeling. So, as much as nobody liked a tech pause, I mean, obviously it was following attack pause, but it really can slow down the momentum that felt like it was already building up for the Entropy side, which is scary, right? I think when Entropy get going, they're a very difficult side to break down.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely different when you have like a minute and 30 seconds pause, but when you have another tech pause, then it can build up to like 5 minutes or whatever, right? And this is where big difference is in play, right? Because whenever you feel like, okay, we actually can lean back because it's going to take a little bit longer, you lose all your focus, I would almost say, right? You lose all your ideas or whatever because you just chill for the moment, right? But not too sure if this is the case here or if it even matters if it's the case. I'm just ready to go back into the game. I hope it doesn't continue to be a little bit longer here. It would be a little bit boring almost, because I'm just so excited to see these guys play, right? Because it's just so lovely.
Yeah, and also in a sense of just a more fundamental sense where there's really not a lot to talk about from so far in this game. You know, we've already had 2 rounds and, you know, pretty good 2 rounds as a whole, quite dominant. But pretty little to show from both sides. I think, you know, it's a side of Entropy that are just capitalizing upon what is looking like a weak and slightly uncomfortable LegendsOP. And on the flip side, a LegendsOP side they're just really not offering a lot. So, not a low that we can talk about, if we're being frank. So yeah, hopefully we do get underway as soon as...
As soon as possible, yeah. I think... I mean, if we have the time, we can also talk about port, right? So let's assume, for some reason, LegendsOP make a good comeback here and they get it done, and we move to the 3rd map. What do you think? I'm not too sure what to expect because obviously it didn't happen yet. But what if port is the decider map? What do you think would happen?
Yeah, I think I still lean at Entropy. Just what I've seen so far, there's so little on offer, unfortunately, that makes me believe, really. I mean, honestly, even getting to a 3rd map would be kind of wild, but yeah, as a whole, if we do get to that 3rd, sure, it'd be nice for LegendsOP, but I gotta lean in favor of Entropy. I just feel like they've got a lot more depth to them, ultimately.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And, you know, port, Entropy would start on the blacklist side, so it's a little bit more difficult for them. But again, like you mentioned, what we have seen so far would kind of give us the idea that Entropy will be good on either side regardless. But yeah, sorry guys, seems like it's gonna be a little bit longer here, but don't go anywhere. It's still just a matter of hopefully seconds. We'll see. But yeah, so far, again, I like what I'm seeing. It's pretty competitive if we compare it to the first matchup we had, and I would still give Entropy the upper hand overall.
Yeah, agreed. Well, it's a waiting game, but yeah, hopefully should be underway in a second. Apologies for the break here.
Yep.
Out of our control, you know how it is. But here's what it is. I can hear a couple of guns being cocked, so they're ready to go. We're back live. Third round.
Here we go. Not wasting any more seconds. Back into play, and we'll see if the break did something. So far, you can see a very interesting approach here from LegendsOP. Everyone is really pretty much stalling in the BL base, and it gives Entropy the opportunity to gain as much map control as they want. I mean, look at that. They have mid on lockdown. He's completely open. It's a risky strat almost, I would say, but we'll see if that matters or not. And look at this. 40 still able to get one. And Risk going into the death trap here. Oh, look at that. It's a little bit uncomfortable almost to watch. Sada super unaware of this position here, but they both are. Just a matter of a meter, really. Beva. Oh, Beva will go down, and the trade is not even there. Raging finds Wrist as well, and this has completely fumbled now. Frapsy and Buzz trying to save this round from going down, but come on, 40 finds another one. And you know what? It's so cool to see Entropy. They have all of this confidence to wait in mid, and they don't go back unless something happens.
Yeah. This is an Entropy side that I just feel like right now are really proven just how good things can get for them. Really is a hell of a lot to like. So, 3-0. Everything continues just as they were when we left off. Nothing really changing, which, yeah, no complaints really at all. That's kind of what we want to see as well. Make sure that, you know, get a real proof in the pudding that actually this is a side that they're not going to be kind of made uncomfortable by things out of their control, right? It's a good sign that they are just proving we are just a better team no matter what is sort of thrown at us.
Yep. LegendsOP, they're lacking the answer. They don't really know how to respond. Right now, Raging, he had an idea, but the flash didn't really work out there, so he had to back off again. Right now, LegendsOP slowly but surely creeping up towards B. I think it's a good idea, but the bomb is left behind, so they definitely don't want to go further than that. They're just looking for anything they are given to, but like no risk will be taken now. That's a beautiful kill by Raging. And yet again, the advantage is given to Entropy here, and LegendsOP, they have nothing to say about this.
Yeah, this is kind of the issue that it just feels like every single round, the opener goes the way of Entropy, and they just use numbers to win them out by brute force. It's simple, it's effective, it's nothing really that you can counter in terms of like an ideal. It has to come from the start of these rounds, which have actually been, for the most part, quite lackluster. That's a nice trade, at the very least. Raging falling close as a naughty crossfire here, but Madison might not even need the help. He's going to get 3. Might even get more as well, as Dirty has been spotted towards the vent. It's a scrappy one, and down he goes. Madison's on a fantastic round.
Yeah, you cannot stop Madison on A main, apparently. I mean, he was ready to go, and seems like, unfortunately, we're going to have yet another break, but that round right there, Madison, what a guy. I mean, come on, this guy came prepared. He's looking so sharp, and yet again, I have to say, LegendsOP, they look a little bit shaky here. I don't think it's necessarily possible for them to somehow make a round theirs, but it just looks so hard for them.
Yeah, I'm not sure. My assumption is that this is another tech issue rather than being a tactical pause, because, well, LegendsOP have already called this, and PingPongPals, not PingPongPals, on the flip side, Entropy don't need to, right? You know, there's nothing they need to tactically discuss. They are dominating these rounds. So, all assumptions here that this is another pause of a technical nature.
Yep. That's just how it is sometimes, right? Very
Yeah.
unfortunate, but it is how it is sometimes. CrossFire makes us wait sometimes. But yeah, whatever. Yet again, we've seen nothing has changed in the past, right? I mean, doesn't matter how long it is, doesn't matter what reason there is. Entropy's still there to perform, still there with their beautiful tactics, right? Especially that one in mid, where they were absolutely patiently waiting for LegendsOP to make a move, and it worked out beautifully. It was a little bit weird, from the angle we were seeing, but doesn't matter. It worked out.
Yeah, exactly that. So, awaiting game, of course. Hopefully only a brief one, but you never know. Sometimes these can take a little bit longer. It should be a case of just nice and simply rejoining the server, but it's not always as simple as that, unfortunately.
Nope. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess we can take the time to talk about a little bit about these players, right? So, like I mentioned, the Entropy roster has so much experience, right? I mean, 40 has been to CFS a couple of times with all Legends and Lazarus, and I think even another team, but I can't really remember the name. And Raging, obviously, it's been a while. Okay, I think CFS, what was it, 2015? He got second place. That was incredible. It's been forever, right? It's been like, what, 10 years? So definitely a long time ago, but still, look at this guy. He's still ready to play. And it's not even done there. Even Pew, I remember, I don't know which year it was, but I think it was 2015, maybe at Gamescom. He was also playing at the stage. So yeah, there's a lot of experience on these players.
Yeah, exactly. Guys who have actually been around the scene for quite a long time, and also not even just been around for a while, but also have got kind of a variety of different teams under their belt too, which means a variety of different play styles. So yeah, it's been a kind of a really interesting time, I think, for some of these players. And even we're looking towards kind of 2024, where they got that top level experience playing against what is, one of the strongest kind of West League top twos that we've had in a while. Not, all the way back since like kind of 2018, 2019 time, right? With kind of the old flip sides and whatnot. You're looking at this Rock side who are now starting to make kind of, in a way, guaranteed playoffs. It feels at every international event. That in itself is actually pretty mammoth. And they were getting good reps under their belt, right? People like your Madisons and your 40s and whatnot. So, yeah, it's kind of an exciting time, I think. And for this Entropy side, they could still make a decent run in a tournament like this. I mean, we always are going to back the likes of PingPongPals. I think, with how things are, everything sort of weighted so heavily to them doing well. But this is a side with decent names under their belt themselves.
Absolutely. And once again, it seems like it's going to take a little bit longer, but I think we are already joining again, so it's only a matter of seconds before we hear some gun switching. But hopefully the last break, because again, it's a little bit boring sometimes, but it's just how it is. Nothing we can do about. But I think it's going to be even more interesting now once we join the game, what Entropy has left in store, because again, I think they can prepare it. I think they have a lot of ideas to play with, but these breaks sometimes are a little bit weird. But yeah, LegendsOP, if we take a look at these players as we have a little bit more time, I think the only player I really know something about is Beva. I think, if I'm not mistaken, please someone correct me if I'm wrong, I think Beva also been to CFS, but I'm not too sure.
I'm not 100% sure. Of course, he's played at that kind of top level, or ish, with kind of in CFWL. Potentially might have been kind of like the third string team coming from the West, but who knows, maybe. Actually.
Well, it's always a little bit hard. I mean, what is there left to say? We talked about the first map, the second map, the third map even, and well, I mean, if it takes a little bit longer, we can also jump to the third matchup if we want to. I mean, it takes a little bit longer, I guess. So let's just do that. The third matchup is going to be TBI versus 911. Obviously, we know TBI. We have seen a lot of gameplay from them. 911 on the other hand, I don't really know anything about them. Only that they have been 5th place in CFL Season 2, but they somehow still made it here. I think it's because of the point system. And 911, they have a lot to prove. I think TBI is going to be a strong contender against them.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, TBI is out, of course, with decent experience themselves. I think the only issue with TBI is maybe I think it's underwhelming compared to the expectations. I don't know if that's kind of like the right way to put it, but this is a side that feels like with the name value they've got should be doing better.
Yeah, you would at least expect so. We'll see. Finally, we have some gun switching, so no more delays, no more waiting, no more yapping. Back into the game, let's see what we have left in store here. And it seems like, yet again, we see a very slow approach from LegendsOP. It's only 30 that makes the move towards A long.
I stop. With that smoke as well as buzzing to get caught. Early work. In doing so, that 5-0 looking like it's got real sort of legs behind it, real potential.
Very slow approach, once again. Beva kinda on a one-man mission here. 30. Oh, he's definitely been spotted here by Regen. He will be taken out. Yeah, you cannot really do that. I mean, also this Regen unnecessary peek could have just gone back, but an equal trade will go down. And once again, look at Beva. He is on a single mission. Not too sure what he's trying to do. Oh, he spotted Madison. Can't really land the shot though. The bomb is still on the BL base, so something is cooking, but I can't really tell what their plan is here. Oh boy. Doesn't look too good. 40. Still trying to prevent bad things from happening for Epsi. Still alive. But he will go down.
Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, 2 versus 4. When it goes down to the 1, shouldn't really have too much of a chance. And yes, there's a consolation kill, but that's all it is, right? Bit of damage dealt as well. 5-0 start for Entropy. And we go back-to-back rounds without having to go into tech pause. So that's a win.
Fair enough. I mean, look at that. 40. All this confidence into this game up, and it works beautifully. Beva will go down. The trade is still there, but you will find one as well. And LegendsOP, they start to play a little bit too random, in my opinion. I mean, they're all over the map. They have secured B now, basically, but the bomb is still nowhere to be seen. They're split apart as well. And I'm not too sure if there's a way for them to win this round. I mean, there's Regen, once again lurking around, trying to find what he can find. Frapsy, good for 1. If he's somehow able to find a second, that would be insane. That would actually open up a lot of opportunities for them.
Absolutely. Oh, you. Tapping, finding, delivering. C4 will go down, though, and that in itself goes kind of a long way, if I'm being honest.
30. Good angle here. Definitely a good chance to bring this one home. Flash is good as well, but not as good as you think. Regen will go down. The trade not delivered just yet. 30 has yet again a good position. Oh, Pew not aware of it. And yes, somehow, even though this run was a little bit weird, they get it done finally. First run on the board. It's a little bit too late, I would almost say, but maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, it is kind of a tough predicament now, I think, for LegendsOP regardless, but it's good to get a sort of round on the board at the very least. Raging 4-1. Quick trade that'll come through as well. Oh.
Yep.
Nice find from Madison. That'll help.
Yeah, Madison again. This guy, so good. I'm not too sure what he ate for breakfast today, but he definitely is on point today. So, I don't know. LegendsOP. I think when they were playing Eagle Eye, they were looking very good in the first half. Second half was not as good, but right now the first half looks absolutely horrible. I'm not too sure what's going on. Again, I keep repeating it, but they somehow were able to beat Entropy 3-0, and I'm not too sure how they did it, because I don't see that happening at all. If anything, I see the exact opposite happening, but still, there's a couple of rounds left to play, so maybe not judge too early, but I don't see that happening.
I agree with you. As a whole, it is, you know, not a lot on offer, really. It's tough to see. Oh, Bot's also going to fall as well. I mean, it's a big hit that dropped pretty early on. This will find one. Oh, a second behind it. But we're looking at what is maybe even to a degree a bit of lack of depth coming through. I think Riz had a couple of moments where I think he's really able to prove his multi-kill ability is so high, but it's actually asking potentially even too much of him, I think, is the issue.
Yeah, Riz definitely had his moments. Didn't really matter, though. The round still in favor of Entropy. 40 got leg shot, I'm pretty sure. And yet again, look at this approach here from LegendsOP. So they have 3 towards Hotel, they have 2 towards A long, and mid is completely open. Obviously, you don't expect your opponent to just push mid, like that. No one really does that, right? But still, it leaves gaps, which I think is a little bit weird. And once again, this setup here from Entropy in mid, it worked out beautifully before. And it seems like it's not going to be too scary this round, but we'll see if Buzz has a good chance of getting anything done from the AC here. But so far, he's only being tagged up. He's even taken out by Raging as well. But look at this, the A side has been compromised. So let's see, they're stalling too much. They're waiting too much. I'm not sure why they do it.
Yeah, I don't get it either. It feels like at times, unfortunately, tempo is the best thing that they've got going for them, and it just doesn't work. We're just going to get 2, though, again. We're talking about this guy who's so good when it comes towards kind of consistently getting a double kill. That goes such a long way.
Yeah, I mean, Riz, again, good for 2, but somehow Entropy, they let it happen. It shouldn't happen, because they were stalling too much, right? And Riz, yet again, still, it's another kill. Maybe another one even. Look at this. This guy's playing all alone. I mean, Dirty finally finds the last one as well. And LegendsOP, obviously, they get yet another round. And maybe if it's 6-3, you know, you still give him a great benefit of the doubt. But still, it's just so weird sometimes.
Agreed. Not what you want to see, right? For a side who, you know, they should be doing a lot more. It's good. We've got 2 rounds, but you can't really get that much out of this half. Max being 3 doesn't fill you that much joy as a whole, right? So yeah, tough predicament as a whole. 6-2. If Entropy get up towards a 7th, I feel like it's probably already done before we even get towards our 2nd.
Yeah, Entropy has a great read here. They have an idea. But it seems like LegendsOP, they actually have a better idea. Somehow, again, Riz makes his move. 40. He's able to find one. Medicine gets wrapped around as well. 40 returns the favor. That's funny. Let's see, Dirty and Riz now in the clutch situation. They need to somehow get this round to make things more possible.
Oh well, Riz. What he does best right now, it feels. But does not matter. Pew, nice work. Real nice work from him. Unfortunately, I do see that we might have lost somebody from the server. That's not going to help at all. But even still, another round put on. And another fantastic half from Entropy as a whole, right? This is a side that are showing this little to no weakness right now for them. And, well, it's damning if you're LegendsOP. And it feels like everything they're throwing is just falling super flat. Which, I think it happens when they're playing as well as they are.
Yep. CANKER looking very good for the side of Entropy, of course. I mean, they're looking so dominant. They have so many cool strats. And they seem to have an idea about LegendsOP as well. And there's just nothing they can do. I mean, you have to give them the benefit of a doubt. Still, they just don't have what it takes right now. And even on Eagle Eye, it was too shaky, in my opinion.
There's nothing that they've proven so far that kind of shows that they sort of have a chance regardless of how the second half looks. And we can talk about kind of which teams prefer what side and whatnot, but it's too big of an ask, honestly. Really has been nice from its Entropy side, just making sure that there isn't too many question marks being thrown out there.
It's also interesting to consider that LegendsOP will join the CrossFire West League for the next year, right? So I don't know. I just have assumptions, but I feel like they're gonna have a rough time if they stay with the exact same roster, right? Which I think is not the case, but it's gonna be interesting nonetheless. But we are not there just yet. We are still here. 72, Entropy Gaming, definitely showing who's boss today, and LegendsOP, they have yet another idea towards A. Actually, never mind. sorry. It's the other way around. My bad.
Yeah.
You go.
Let's just see. Let's see how this one pans out. Bever. First one take a fight as well. He will get one alongside Buzz, but REH and Madison will add to the tally. So nice work from them just to try and nullify them as best they can. C4 goes down. Not a good look at the moment, unfortunately. LegendsOP, this is a tough retake.
Definitely is. Wrists, of course. Well, going in first, not able to find anything just yet. Madison, oh, this guy came to play. Can he get the third? Dirty, still dancing in the smoke, not able to find anything himself. That's a beautiful one tap onto Madison. 40 will get the job done, and yeah, 8-2. The scoreline seems to push to the end here, and I mean, 2 rounds is just not enough.
Yeah, this one's done, right? There's no two ways about it. No two ways about it. This has been a one-sided affair, but again, you'll keep saying it. You know, real credit where it's due. It's a kind of a deserved sort of result in the way things are panning out. It's been seriously quite fun to watch, actually, from Entropy. Just a real show of dominance. Quite similar to how that previous series was, which was a lot more expected, I think, ultimately. You know, that one made a bit more sense because on paper it was super one-sided. This one felt like it could have actually been quite close, but it's not been.
Nope, not at all, actually. This is where I said, okay, this might get actually a little bit closer, but it didn't at all. I mean, again, on the first map, maybe, but on the second map, surely not. Not at all, actually. So, we'll see. Ragin, ooh, it just goes for a quick peek, decides to fall back. We can already tell that Entropy has a completely different idea about the BL side of things, right? I mean, they just look so much cleaner, so much more interesting, I would say.
Yeah, there's a lot more they've got in terms of the depth of the side. That's what makes them so kind of fun to watch. All damage dealt towards 40 early. That's the only thing that could potentially change things a little bit. In being so low.
Yeah. Seems like LegendsOP has an idea, but I'm not too sure if it's the correct one. Here comes the bait from Ragin. And Beva is going to be put on the test here. Let's see if he has anything to say about this one, Ragin. Oh, but he gives away the idea. But there's no movement whatsoever, and Beva knows, oh, something is cooking. And yeah, this has just falling apart. 20 seconds on the board. The bomb has to be planted eventually, but pretty sure it will be.
Yeah, gotta get it down. Let's prioritize that, and they do. They get down. Not only do they get down as well, they set themselves up now in a nice spot as well. Post-plant wise, 40. She finds Frapsy. Numbers now taken. It's a lot of HP. Is, you know, being so low, it is definitely worth keeping an eye out for, but assume shouldn't be too much of an issue. Riz does find a big one though. With Madison falling, you got Pew so low, now dead, all on the shoulders of one man. It's a 1 versus 3 for Seta. It's still pulled out, and the pistol will win it out. There's just enough time as well to get it over the line. That'll be that. At the very least, staying at least a little bit alive, a little bit competitive.
It's not over till it is. Huge shout out obviously to Riz. I mean, this guy is really stepping it up for his team. Without him, this could have been over already, right? But not. It's still dancing, still trying to survive, and obviously it's never impossible, right? But let's just be realistic here and say Entropy has a very good chance to bring this one home, but not yet. Beva took a good grenade, almost half HP here, and yet again, this is what I mean, right? So Entropy, they make some noise towards A, they throw some utility, then all of a sudden they back up, they group up in mid, wait for something to happen, and it leaves LegendsOP thinking.
Okay, well. It was a little eerily quiet as we just creep past that minute 30 mark. Back towards the A side though. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's something that's been working quite well for the most part for Entropy, bar that previous round. But Pew, he'll open things up. Nice find.
Yeah, that's the second. And hey, honestly, it's so weird to see. I mean, they had so much info. They knew nothing is hotel. They still decided to group towards B. Madison, good for 3. Beautiful spray down here by this guy. And Dirty left alone. 1 versus 3. Very doable situation. Grenade's not gonna do too much damage, but look at this positioning here from Entropy Gaming. Basically uncrackable unless Dirty pulls off a insane play. Here it comes. He swings around. 20 seconds on the board. He has to make a move. He has to find at least one. He finds Madison, the lowest player of all, but yeah, Raging will finish the job here. And again, a very nice attempt by Dirty. Also, huge shout outs to him. He definitely puts up these numbers well, but I don't know about the decision making here. Again, they had so much map control. They knew what's cooking, and they still decided to go B, which I think it's just not forgivable, actually.
I agree. I've got to agree with you. It just feels like not the decision we would generally make in a spot like that. Time now ticking. 9, 2, 3. Feels like potentially at that, well, I say potentially, most likely at the beginning of the end, if we're being completely honest here. Has only been, for the most part, one side in this game. More or less the whole way through the series, and doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon.
Something has happened in mid there. Pew just snuck by your wrist. Somehow, he somehow made it through. He found Dirty. I'm still, they're super unaware of wrist, actually. Doesn't matter. Now he got spotted, though.
Yeah, made a lot of noise as well. Pew will get around that corner. Flash to try and make life uncomfortable. Pew sticking around. He's confident in the fight, but it feels kind of unnecessary, if being honest. He doesn't need to even really try and put that much pressure on. He is, though. He'll still get his kill. He always, credit to him. Always kind of feels good for one, Riz.
Yeah. I mean, this guy, he's so good, man. It's super unfortunate to see him go down like that, man. Like, honestly, it's just not what he deserves right now. 40! Look at this guy. He came to play as well, but Beva will get the better of him. And LegendsOP, they get to survive a little bit longer. And you know what I think LegendsOP is lacking some color in their gameplay, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's just so blank. I don't really see anything special. When I look at the other side of things, Entropy, I see nothing but color, right? They do so many fancy things here and there. Yeah. They have so much movement all over the map, right? But it's just what tells the story here, I would say.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's a lot of kind of things to break down in that as well, where we're talking about a side of basically a LegendsOP team that are playing a little bit too fundamentally basic, but these couple of rounds back to back, Entropy, honestly, it feels like they would have won this already if it wasn't for how well Riz is playing. Just so unbelievably solid at the moment.
Entropy, yet again, going for a interesting mid approach here. Just a matter of time. Oh, I think Riz got spotted here by 40. He will be taken out, and that's a huge kill to start off the round with.
Okay. Entropy, credit to them. They've been doing this relatively consistently with the opening kills, but as of the last few rounds, not converting them, which is the first time it feels like this series where something's been like that. Nice and no. Nice find again. Surely now unlosable, boys. 5 versus 3.
Unless Beva has something to say, but... Ooh. Doesn't really seem to go that way. 30 and Bust, last man standing, the last hope here for LegendsOP in this matchup. Going to take a lot from them, Dirty. Good for one, finds Menace and can't really find a second player here. 40 will take him out. Bust, the pressure is on. It's do or die. 30 seconds on the board, you have to find 3 people. Pew is pretty low, so definitely a good chance, but Ragin, of course, has a good position here. 40, the backup here actually gets taken out, so this gets more interesting as we speak, but Ragin, like I said, good positioning here, and this is it. Entropy Gaming take this one as well, and what is there left to say? I mean, honestly, the way they play was beautifully, and they just were better today, let's say like that.
That's ultimately the way you break it down, right? It's just the side who were just on the day better. I mean, Entropy came in towards that game, you know, that series from the get-go with the utmost confidence, and they didn't really break too much of a sweat. And I think that's credit to just actually how much depth there really is about this side, right? It's an Entropy team that we kind of already spoke about, have a lot of experience, a lot of individuals who can step up, and they proved it, man. So a really, really fun series to watch as a whole, and a really dominant one from Entropy, so congrats to them. We're going to throw it back over towards the desk. We'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, Neokai and Pandoxon. Yeah, I mean, Entropy are here to play. They're not messing around. They want to qualify and get another chance at playing in the CFWL, and they're aiming for it, just like PingPongPals.
Yeah.
Fighting the smaller contenders, to say the least.
Yeah, and they're revenging their loss, as we said, in the CFL. And also, we've seen how good the guys play. They play very good. Their individual skills is always on top. These guys are very experienced players. I don't think a pressure or any other circumstances can affect them. That's why they're playing very, very good. And we've seen how good Madison also taking these 1v1s, how Forty is always getting the picks throughout his game. We've seen also aggressive gameplay coming from LegendsOP, but this aggressive gameplay is not always paying off versus a team like Entropy Gaming, because Entropy Gaming is usually trying to control very slow-paced gameplay, and that's how they use. That's how they play. That's how they push 40 to do it, and we've seen 40 multiple times doing this gameplay.
And in the highlights, you do notice, like you said, they like to maintain this turtle kind of formation in a sense, and waiting for the last couple of seconds before doing anything in general. They usually wait and see if the enemy team is gonna do any mistakes or push out or peek or whatever, just to get that, secure that, and then have and play at an advantage position. So, to be honest, for Entropy, I feel like this was kind of a walk in the park. I'm not trying to, you know, shadow LegendsOP, but still 2-0 clean, well-deserved. And I don't know, I feel like I need to point this out, but it's kind of a mental game, because when Entropy would face teams like GG and the other strong teams, they would never be playing at this level of composure and expertise, you know, which kind of makes me think, is it because they're in the regional qualifiers, they take these teams a bit more lenient, they play better, or is it because they're playing against some of the titans, they struggle?
Yeah, well, as you can see on this matchup, yeah, as you said, they came here, they played very well, they kind of were just like a walk in a park, but it's not only a 2-0 on the sets for Entropy Gaming. We're talking about a clean games coming from them.
5-6 rounds apart.
Yeah, I guess both of the games did not go more than 9 rounds in favor of LegendsOP, which shows how strong Entropy Gaming, as we can see Madison as well. He's the MVP definitely of this series, because the guy is doing very good among the 2 games that's been played. 40, Rain, everyone is on 1.0 plus KD, except for Sarah. Well, maybe this game only, but still, it's a favored win for Entropy Gaming. He didn't have that kind of matchup aims, but on the other side, Frabzy, Beva, Dirty, Rest, yes, they are 1 point KD, but still.
I wanted to inform the audience, didn't LegendsOP have kind of a roster shuffle as well? Because I'm seeing like a long time ago, obviously they've had time to play
for season
together,
2, an open league,
Dirty is there, so these things I've noticed throughout time, especially in less exposed organizations, they tend to struggle when it comes to having to play against these bigger teams. Madison, match
Madison.
MVP.
Yeah, definitely. He played very good both games. We've seen his clutches, and we even saw his triple kills or multi-frags on A-top in the last rounds on Ankara. He played very well. It was a casual game, much of a casual game for this guy. On the other hand, the guys from LegendsOP didn't have their game. This was not their day. But still, you should expect more from them. We're talking about the Open League winners. The CFL first place contender is LegendsOP. Though that means you should not neglect this team. Also, on the other hand, UIG is still one of the best teams that I'm looking forward for this tournament.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is a fresh stats roster, so it's like everything's been reset. Yeah, we're keeping count of their previous matches, but nonetheless, this is kind of like a fresh start, a clean slate for all the players to prove themselves in the KDA, in the headshots, in the accuracy, in everything combined. And I feel like teams like Entropy and PingPongPals have really taken a step back, analyzed the situation, and realize, hey, we were in the CFWL last season, so we can make it there and contend. We just need to work inside out, not fixate on who our opponent is, but more or less how we can perform towards anyone.
Yeah, because if you're coming here as an Entropy Gaming, you're expecting to beat everybody, even including PingPongPals, that are strong among all the 8 teams, because that's how the champions mentality arose, or maybe that's how we've seen
Nothing
playing.
shakes you,
Yeah, that's how we've seen Pio playing, Sarah playing, Madison and everybody. So these guys are very top tier players, and also we expect this from them. That's what I want to highlight. When is Entropy Gaming coming here and playing versus any other team, I'm expecting that Entropy Gaming is going to be winning, although it's not the best practice games coming for them, but they still be able to win.
Yeah, best of luck for Entropy, tough luck for LegendsOP. They good luck in your next game. Let's jump to our last final series of this evening, and I'm kind of interested because every game seemed a bit imbalanced to say the least, but this one's gonna be fresh. TBI, they're coming back, relatively new. I'm not gonna say too new, but they've been around for some time. They had their shot at CFWL, and now they're playing against 911 to try to qualify in this regional tournament.
Yeah, as you said, now TBI coming there with kinda, they made a roster change. I believe that Avin is gonna be replacing King because King have a military service that he needs to perform. So now we would be missing King, the guy, the captain, and the entry fragger of the maybe one of the core players for TBI. But still, we're having here Avin, and just to mention, Avin played this tournament, by the way,
I love
last
Avin,
year.
man.
Yeah, he played last year exactly this same tournament with Seda, by the way, with Seda, and also
I remember it was the first sub in any match, and he
delivered very good in the West League as well. Yeah, but I'm talking especially on this tournament because he played also on the qualifiers and he did very good job. So I would be looking into this guy's gameplay right now. The rest is going to be the same: FaZe, Hunt, Booker, and everything. 911. They have a very good guy I want to be watching, which is Omega. This guy, you need to put your eye on him.
I'm kind of curious how 911. What are they going to ban against TBI? Since I feel like TBI is less flexible than the other top teams when it comes to map picks. I'm pretty sure they like to favor, just like any Egyptian roster, the Ankaras, the Eagle Eyes, the sub-base, the ports. So I'm curious if 911 is going to target that in a ban, or they're just going to choose to pick their own comfortable maps where also TBI might be able to challenge them.
I think both of them are going to be choosing their comfortable maps because they're going to be sharing same comfortable maps. Because we're talking about, we're talking about TBI, definitely. The guys love to play Eagle Eye, they love to play sub-base, they love to play port. No, I don't think they're going to be playing New Compound or New Mexico because 911 definitely they don't have a coach. The guys are still very young, so I don't think they're gonna be playing any of the New Mexicos or New Compounds or just a New Compound. So now we're gonna be seeing maybe Eagle Eye from the side of TBI and maybe I'm saying Black Widow from the side of 911 or maybe Port on the side of 911, Ankara maybe. But still, it's gonna be the basic maps. I believe that sub-base can be banned by 911, and if they didn't, I'm not saying that's going to happen, if they didn't, it's going to be big trouble. TBI is very good on sub-base, very good on port, very good on Eagle Eye, so if I'm a 911, I need to target those maps. But TBI, they have the better V2, because as I said, TBI is kind of playing 6 or 7 maps.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a matter of skill, because I wouldn't say both teams are, equal. I'd say TBI is slightly favored, but it's going to be up to the maps, to be honest. And I'd like to have a look at the maps because TBI, like you said, it's gonna be comfort picks on both sides. They're gonna play it safe since this is a very important series. They ban New Compound. That means right off the bat, and Trip 911 ban New Mexico.
Yeah.
There we go. So we're gonna have some nice classic maps here. Eagle Eye's first pick for TBI, and they're gonna be playing Blacklist side, while 911 picked Ankara and TBI as well picked Blacklist side.
No, yeah, it's very good, to be honest, matchup for this, the guys of, let's see, this side there's gonna be Subbase. Yes, very good matchup for the guys of TBI, to be honest, because as I said, Subbase needs to get banned by 911 because Subbase is a very, very comfortable map for TBI. I'm not saying it's gonna be an easy win for them, but you try to avoid the best maps for the enemy team. And 911, sorry, they like to play the maps, the basic maps. What I'm talking about, the basic ones, Subbase, Black Widow, Ankara, Pool. But we've seen a Black Widow ban coming from TBI. That's why they are forced to play Eagle Eye. And the pick by TBI Eagle Eye is one of the picks that I want to be watching TBI, because usually when I even used to play, or with when these guys used to play, we had a very good Eagle Eye, but only on practice. When it comes to online, we cannot connect our shots, we cannot connect our strategies, so it was quite difficult. And by the way, these guys have a new coach right now. They have the coach from Brazil, which is Jask. He's one of the best on Brazil, so I would like to see the improvement that this guy did. Although it's not that much long, and he's there for like 3 weeks, but I believe that we can see his work.
But I'm starting to notice a pattern here that teams like TBI, PingPongPals, Entropy, who were there last season, are finding a lot of comfort again playing against these teams who really are one step behind, to say the least, are struggling to reach that kind of what can you say, position when it comes to the league. So TBI's first pick is very interesting, and it's gonna pay off, I think, if they play based on what you said. And I'm kind of curious how they're gonna find synergy this time, because you saw TBI, even on their map picks, they were struggling to secure wins last season, and I don't want to bring them down, not at all. I'm actually excited because everyone after a fresh break can usually perform better, have a mental reset, and start a fresh slate.
Yeah, and as I mentioned as well, that they are having also a roster change, and they are having also a coach change, as we said, that the guys are having a new coach, they're having a new player, then a new entry, which is Avin, one of the young talents. They have Noxen. This guy is very strong, by the way, for this league. And we're having also Hunt. I guess Hunt is going to be back on the rifle, and FaZe is going to be sniping back, which you have FaZe.
I really like that FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe is sniping. This is a nightmare for 911.
Yeah, and he probably gives a lot of insight to what he knows about CrossFire, whether it's map related or any rotations or strategies. But enough about TBI. I think 911, if I'm not mistaken, can manage to contest against TBI, but it might not be in map 1. We might see it in map 2, because a lot of these other teams on the first map, they kind of choke. You know, the pressure gets to them. I'm playing against a former seasoned player, and it just causes a lot of mental pressure. And like you said, they're kind of new. The age difference, all these things play into the equation.
Not only the age, we're talking also about the experience. The guys only played Open League, which is 911. The other guys played West League multiple times, and they had some good results. Yes, it's not the best, but still, you're in the West League, and you're saving your spot. What I can say that you're always in the West League. You do not get relegated or losing, so that means you have a potential to be one of the top tier teams. Unless 911, they are trying to go into the West League and trying to compete in the Open League. And the guys, as I said, they have very good aims. You have very young talents, and they have Omega. This guy have big potential of future. Maybe this is the tournament that I want to be watching these players, because they can get contracted into better teams.
I'm kind of curious how this is going to pan out. Let's take it back to Pandoxon and Yukai to start game 1.
Alright, cheers guys, we're looking forward to this one. We've had two very kind of one-sided series, if we're being pretty honest. And Pando, kind of things on paper should be more the same here. This is the TBI side, of course, who are just coming down from the West League. And yes, the West League probably wasn't great for them this season, but as a whole, we still have quite high expectations of them.
Yeah, it's just the same story with, you know, on paper, TBI is the better team, but we don't really know too much about 911. We will surely see what they're made of, but I'm just very excited to see, yet again, Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye, I'm telling you, usually Eagle Eye never gets played. It's the third time today. That's incredible, actually. But regardless, we are here now, Eagle Eye. We have seen a couple of different teams play on this one, so let's see how these teams play on it.
Yeah, kind of insane that we get kind of the same first 2 maps back to back like that. Maybe a change in the guard in terms of the veto process. Pop shot missed.
Well, they definitely had the right idea here. Fighter able to get one, but the trades are there. Noxon and Booker, of course, clean up bomb site here, and Losha not able to get the trade here either. So this is definitely a very good start here for TBI, though.
Should be unlosable. In a spot now where it becomes very difficult to let this one slip. 2 versus 4 should have absolutely no chance. Going through the box, a lot of damage. Delta, Noxon, and Hunt will combine to see that.
Yeah, this M14 is just incredible, man. Back in the days, I got flamed for it. Now it's here. It's crazy. But yeah, this is just how it is sometimes. The M14 basically replaced the M4 because no one really uses it anymore. So, yeah, regardless, TBI, great start, great aggression here. It paid off pretty well. 9-11, they had they had the right idea, but they weren't really able to hold against TBI's pressure, and this time around it seems to be a much slower approach, even though TBI has already kinda conquered towards hotel here, but there's nothing really happening just yet.
Well, the other side here, 9-11, like we don't have massive expectations for this side, but they can prove they can go toe-to-toe. That'll be pretty interesting. Hunt quick on the trade, though. That's good. Make sure the numbers advantage doesn't stay as an advantage for very long.
TBI looking for something to play with. You can tell, look at Hunt. Hunt is so deep, but decides to fall back eventually as the rest of the squad obviously build up towards A. And yeah, I think it's absolutely the right decision to take here. I mean, no need for the extra risk. Yeah, and it seems like Fighter has spotted someone. Look at the rotation here from 9-11. All of these players slowly but surely rotating towards A, but it seems like they're kind of hesitating actually, and not fully rotated just yet. Whoa, look at Ivan here. What a quick flick here onto Weather, and now Fighter has to hold on to this. Ooh, it's a little bit awkward, but Hunt will get it done, and it's 1 man against 2.
Evan was highlighted by the desk as well. Said to keep an eye on this guy. Of course, into the roster quite recently, and a nice see-off as well. As a whole, a really nice round. Can't complain with that one at all. I think we're starting to really see just how deep the individuals really go for this side as well. And, you know, for TBI, I think there's a big redemption arc that they're looking towards off the back of, you know, a poor season as a whole.
Yeah. You know, honestly, there's been so much criticism about TBI, rightfully so, to be fair, but at some point, TBI has to improve, and against a team like 9-11, they're definitely showing up, but is it going to be enough against these bigger teams? I mean, honestly, TBI had great matches against Rock as well, but they were just never able to win, right? So this is just the story about TBI.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing of close but no cigar, unfortunately, for them, where they were able to put up decent opportunities and moments, but in terms of actual consistency, that's what really plagued them a little bit. Wait. Nice little trades, 1 apiece. And pressure on. Down to 1, though. Should be no chance, and is. Nice work. And this is kind of more of the same. Unfortunately, as well, you know, for this 9-11 side, we don't know how deep the strat book really goes for this team as well, and so far, I've got to say, I'm not super convinced with what I've seen. They've not looked like a side who've got the idea of how to break down a team of TBI's caliber, especially in a qualifier like this. TBI should be seen as a real contender, you know, especially, you know, them and, you know, PingPongPals. We've kind of seen the season that these guys have had, so 9-11. Nothing has been offered up just yet. 3-0, TBI.
A decent grenade stack onto Avon very early on in the round. Wasn't really enough to take him out, but the damage has been done. And seems like right now we have yet another very slow approach from both of these teams, Omega, playing with fire, that cross could have... Oh, well, he does it again. That's very dangerous, considering you have FaZe and Hunt in your enemy team. But he does it again. He gets away with it too. There's a little bit of a gap that he's not able to explore just yet. Look at the aggression towards Hotel here. Lasha gets tagged up. Doesn't really back off though. He gets taken out by Nox in here. There's the aggression for Omega. Not really able to find anything from his position, and it starts to crumble once again. Noxen, beautiful headshot here onto Fighter. Vezo now last man standing, trying to do anything in his power, but it's not gonna be enough.
Yeah, so far, 1-1. Need to get this towards a level of where we're finding Rooks as a form, but we've got to start with the simple things, right? I think, you know, this is a side that needs to, in a sense, actually go back to the basics a little bit. Opening kills, playing for the trays, the spacing seems a little bit off as well. TBI, most part, it's been quite simple. So for number 1, long old road to recovery already set in front of them as it's 4-0. We felt like the second series of the day would have been, you know, on paper kind of the most even. The first being probably the most one-sided, as it ended up sort of being. This one has the potential to swing both ways, because just for TBI, as much as, yes, they're a Wesley side, who of course have kind of dropped down, they still do have kind of that oomph about them, but also we know how inconsistent and how rough they can be at times. Hunt, we'll find the trade. To a peace book, a nice add onto that as well. Now 1 down to 2. Lasha and Fighter in a tough spot now. Just trying to take a couple of taps. Can't quite convert on it as well. On trying to take 2 fights at the same time. Does a lot of damage and gets out. I like that kind of retraction there from TBI.
Yeah, I mean, TBI, they seem to pretty much have the answer for anything. They are pretty aware of their surroundings. They know exactly what 999 is up to, and it doesn't work at all for 999, unfortunately, because I think if they were given a chance here, they can definitely show up. But, I mean, against a roster like TBI, it's just gonna be super difficult, right? And it shows 5-0, nothing but an absolute dominance here from TBI, in my opinion. And it shows us that they definitely came prepared, and it's just such a difference, right, between those teams.
Yeah. Unfortunately, well, I'll say unfortunately. Let's take a pause here. I'm hoping of a tactical nature, but we've been played through a couple of them, so maybe I assume not. TBI, though, so far, so good. Nothing really to complain about for this side. Quite clean CrossFire being played at the moment. And this is how to get, you know, similarly to sort of how today's action has played out, there is heavy favourites on paper for every single series, and TBI are the ones here. I mean, this is a side that actually do have a lot of depth to them as well. Even though it doesn't always put up the best numbers, I think Hunt brings a lot to the table.
Yep, definitely. I mean, I got to talk a little bit with Hunt at CFS last year, so this guy definitely one of the most, I'm not too sure how to explain it, but this guy is so hyped about CrossFire. He's so, he's very addictive almost. Like he's just training so much. He's learning and improving every single day, and I'm pretty sure give this guy some time, give him time to age, learn, and get more experience, and he will definitely be one of the best players in the future, in my opinion. But we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Anyway, seems like we're gonna have a little bit of a break here, so we have time to talk about these players once again. And obviously one guy I have to point out right instantly, right? It's gonna be FaZe. This guy has been around forever. He's been, I think the first time I saw him was 2014, so that's forever ago, right? So he's been around, and he's still not over. He's still, let's say, competing at his best, right? So this is what the desk said earlier, right? With the experience, people get even better, right? So we'll see if this is the case here for FaZe as well.
Oh, We're back underway. 9-1 looking for their first round. Ooh, space. We'll drop an aid as well towards Hotel, but can't find anything. One thrown in Noxon's direction, but same thing. He'll take a fight. Weza will find the first. FaZe gets 2. Nice work from him. Real nice work.
Oh yeah. FaZe is doing FaZe things, obviously. Doesn't really need to, you know, move too much. He just stays in his base and waits for them to cross his crosshair, and it works out beautifully. Obviously, the peek and window there was a little bit risky. It worked out. The trade was there. Not too sure why FaZe was able to get a second as well, but kind of did happen. So, regardless, Hunt finds Fighter. That's a beautiful start into this tag here. Vezo trying his very best, but he's not able to find a second. Booker will take him out. Omega last man standing now. Can he get it done? He's been spotted as well. It's not gonna work out.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it feels like nice idea, unfortunately not so nice execution. FaZe is hitting some quick shots though. This is a guy with also a lot of individual class about him. A really, really solid player and proving it. 6-0, TBI. They're not even breaking a sweat at the moment.
Here comes 9-11 with some more fancy ideas. I love to see it. Finally, some response. Beautiful start into this round. And this is what it takes, right? You just have to get creative. Put some more color into this game, right? So, and this is already looking so much better all of a sudden.
Yeah, we just need to see them prove a little bit of how deep this goes. I think Hunt given a freebie there by Weza. It was like a tad bit of a overextension unnecessarily. Back into a 3 versus 3 now.
I mean, this could still go either way. I mean, this would be such an upset, to be fair. I mean, they started off so well into this round, 9-11. Beautiful idea to just push, and right now it looks a little bit too scary almost. I mean, they just don't have an idea how to approach this. I mean, where is Fighter? Why is he still not close? He's taking too much time to rotate. He should have been close already, and let's see if that's actually gonna matter or not. They still not going to retake this bomb set here. FaZe, good position. He has a beautiful idea. Omega, good for one, finds Nox, and now the pressure's on. FaZe, good for one. Can you find a second though? He will find a second. Can you find a third? It's not even necessary at this point.
Whoa.
10 seconds on the board. FaZe will not be able to find the third, but Fighter, look at the time. There's no way, and TBI somehow make this round theirs though.
Yeah. This is the thing, right? We're now starting to see it where it's a TBI side who can win in really kind of scrappy ways, but also really comfortable ways. And the fact that you have that ability to win these rough and ready rounds, but also in the clean ones, I mean, it's just proof that there shouldn't be that much narrative really behind this. 7-0. An opener, though. I'll take that. He's getting caught. A shot by Fighter.
A little bit uncomfortable almost. Booker. I mean, that's just confidence, okay? So he knows he doesn't have to take this fight. It's so risky. He takes it regardless because it's 7-0. And obviously, yes, I mean, there has to be some kind of response finally. But it's not done just yet. Even good for one. Like, given the benefit of a doubt, he finds the second. Damage has been done, but not too much. And, well, 3 more. And the bomb needs to be recovered. So I would still say it's very unlikely for Avon, even though the scoreline speaks for itself, right?
Yeah. Avon 1 versus 3. And as much as TBI have won rounds that are nothing so far, this one it should be seen off for 9-1 to get there first. So I'm going to have a look.
Well, 35 seconds on the board. Avon has to make a move eventually. I mean, he could have been stalling a little bit to give his team the opportunity to talk, but I don't see this being necessary at all. I mean, he's just playing with his food, but he eventually goes down, right? So first round for 9-11, finally, some kind of response. I mean, a second round for the half would be pretty good, but is it going to be enough ultimately? Let's say maybe, but probably not.
Yeah. Is it going to make a difference in the grand scheme? The assumptions probably are just no, but it's the fact that it's at least something on the board. It's a start. Like that at the very least. Still. Need a monumental recovery. Make something out of this. Slower start once again, though. Not a huge amount on the table. Fighter as well, of course, he opened things up with that shot on towards. Hey, so he's looking for it once again.
Yeah, you know, TBI could be more aggressive, but they don't really want to, which I think is great, because even though they have the advantage, they have the confidence, they have everything in their cards, they still play this one a little bit more reserved. They think that's a great approach, but we'll see. Noxon will go down in this round. Noxon hasn't had the greatest performance just in this first map. Your fighter finally with some more kills, really putting up these numbers for his team, but it might be a little too late. I'm not too sure, man.
Wait. And a fine. Look up. And then if he got that shot on towards West, it would open things up, but Omega gonna answer with one of his own. I'm a 1. A second round here is brewing, it feels.
Yeah. Once again, they seem to kind of fight against it. I'm not too sure. Oh, that was a little bit too close for comfort, even, but he gets it done regardless. One more. Fine to clear up the bomb site A here. Oh, he's still alive. He gets almost both of them. Once again, it's Ivan in the clutch. He has to pull off a miracle to make this round his. And yeah, this time around, Omega will take him out. And you know what? 7-2 half is very scary for 9-11. But on the other side of things, hey, TBI, they have to feel very good. But it's still their map pick, right? So you would kind of expect them to perform well on it.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, it still is a kind of a spot where it's not the end of the world, but it is very, very difficult if you are 9-1-1 to, you know, kind of swing your way back into this. I mean, you need to kickstart this half really, really well and then build on kind of essentially a hell of a lot of momentum, right? They need to get out the gates absolutely flying. I don't know if I really have the belief, if I'm being completely honest. TBI, yes, a couple of hiccups towards the tail end of the half, but it should be fine, surely.
Yeah, I'm actually very excited to see 9-11 play on Ankara, because they wanted to play this map, so I would expect them to perform a little bit better. But with how things are going, I'm not too sure if that's going to be the case. Well, I give them the benefit of a doubt, of course, you know, but with how this is going, I don't think we will be getting sub-base, but, well, we'll see if that's the case or not, but we are back into the game. 7-2, TBI leading the chase here, and we'll see.
Indeed. Back underway. Right to holding the gap in through the window. Oh, and he will get the shot as well. Patience pays off.
Well, there's the trade booker. We'll take out fighter. Makes things more even again. And well, 9-11, they play this one very slow. They want to, you know, find what they can find, something to work with, and they had it, and they kind of gave it away again. But it seems like they have an idea towards A. Booker is going to be put on the test. It seems like TBI actually has no idea about what is going to happen here, and he misses a crucial shot. He's been spotted as well, but there it is. He finds one. Even unluckily, didn't really, you know, it wasn't really a big help there. He gets taken out as well. Omega good for 2, looking for some more. It's actually going to be Wezo with the kill onto Noxen, and this round looks so much better all of a sudden.
You're right. Should have no chance in this one. Trying to catch Lotion on the plant there. He will get one. He's not taking any damage just yet. Trying to tap away at range with the USP, but unsuccessful. That probably should be the end of things.
Unless FaZe has an idea, 15 seconds on the board. Can he really get anything done from his position? Probably not. And yeah, Omega with, I think, 3 kills in this round here. Very beautifully done by him. And please do more of that, because I feel like once everyone steps up a little bit, this could actually get more interesting.
Yeah. All right. It feels like it's opening up a real scrappy fight to open things in towards this, as TBI look like they're done taking any nonsense. They've gone for a super aggressive stance. I love it.
Yeah, so far it worked out beautifully. And I don't think TBI should go deeper than they already are, because it could get really messy here unless... No, actually, I thought they were gonna boost over the wall here. That would be funny, actually. But they're not gonna... They're just gonna play it safe and give TBI so much map control to work with. I mean, look at that. They have B long control, they have mid control. A is completely open, but it doesn't need to be all, because Noxen has everything he needs to see there. And, well, 9-11. They can stall this one, but eventually they have to make a move, and this is going to be very difficult for them.
So, an opportunity there. Walk up close, you can get both there. There's one, that's C4 as well. Oh, so much damage there. Oh, fighter. Nice work. 1 versus 2, not impossible. I've got a minute to work with.
Yeah. Here's the C4 as well. Oh, Hunt spotted him, so this gives away his... Well, his advantage, but Fighter does a great job. Now, one more to go. FaZe, of course. The most experienced player on this server right now. What can he do from his position? I feel like Fighter has an, has a good idea of what he wants to do with 35 seconds. Slowly but surely approaching towards B, but FaZe, he has an idea. He's kind of gambling the idea, but is it going to be enough or not? It's looking a little bit too close here, both with snipers in hand. So FaZe heard him for sure, so he knows something is cooking. Plant is coming through. Fighter now has to make a smart move. FaZe spots him, swings, can't quite land the shot just yet. It's a little bit awkward. Fighter, someone needs to hit a shot, please.
Oh my god.
There you go. Fighter gets the clutch. What an insane round from him.
Yeah, tough watch at the end there as well. Really, really quite scrappy, but well played from Fighter. I mean, it actually bails them out of a really dark spot. Essentially a 1v3 as a whole. That's a really, really nice round from him and on an individual standpoint. 7-4. It's done as well. I'm on one starting to slowly but surely creep their way back into this. Omega keeps doing what he is doing. Shut down there, though, by Booker.
Yeah, I mean, 9-11 slowly but surely gaining some more confidence. You can clearly tell by how they are playing, but is it going to be enough? The damage already has been done. 7 rounds from TBI is a lot to work for, but this round looks already pretty good as well. Knocks in, beautiful kill onto Lusha, very important as well. As a basically one shot, but so is Noxen. So this is going to be a very split-second decision here. Veza, he has an idea, but he knows it's very risky, and he doesn't have to take it, man. He has the bomb, he has some time. He could go all around the world if he really wants to, but he doesn't want to. He wants to end this one, but surely he has to go for a blind eventually here, and he will. This gives him a good position to play, but Noxen has such a beautiful position. He knows he has to cross eventually. I mean, they're just dancing. but something is about to happen. Noxin, what can he do from his position? He has to move up a little bit closer. Time is ticking. Vesa knows something is happening, so he has to move as well, but it's actually going to be Noxin that finds the kill. And I would almost say a little bit of a relief here for TBI, though.
Yeah, I think you're right. Definitely a lot scrappier than they would have liked. Just look where we're now at as well with this TBI squad. I think of where even if they have to stumble across the line, they're in a spot where they're getting so close to said finish line. And that's kind of the main thing for them. Time out going to be taken, though. TBI, I think we're starting to see a little bit as well what that flip side's got on offer. I mean, I think as much as TBS still feel like the better side at the moment, they are definitely giving opportunities over to 911, and that's something they need to stamp out quite quickly.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they took the pause during the round, so...
yeah.
It's a much needed one, because again, they started off so dominant, and then all of a sudden it kind of fell back, and 911, they figured out a way of, you know, kind of outplay these TBI players, and you could really tell when they were pushing the last round here, right? They just went fully through Hotel, or even next to Hotel, doesn't matter. And they found FaZe, beautiful entry into this round. And this is something that is definitely not allowed to happen, but it did. So the timeout is definitely a good call here.
Yeah, agreed. I think it's just one of those of sort of having a breather, reset and reevaluating, despite the success, of course, recently. It's just making sure that you don't give any opportunities over, because they have sort of given a few where it's felt maybe a little bit too scrappy for what it really should have been. So yeah, even despite them calling it mid-round and end up like not needing it, I still think it's worthwhile taking this and sort of having this kind of conversation now of, all right, last couple of hurdles, let's just see it over the line.
Yep. And back we are into the game. So quick pause here by TBI. Let's see if that made any difference. You know, the last round was pretty close, and in this round you can already tell FaZe, good for one. Beautiful entry onto Omega, who has been very clutch for his team though. And we'll see 911, they have an idea towards Hotel, but the damage has been done already. Let's see if Noxin can do anything from this position. The timing's a bit off, but it doesn't really matter. He gets the kill regardless, and he knows there has to be at least one more. The bomb has been dropped as well. That's a disaster round for 911, and look at that. I mean, that is just flawless by TBI.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful stuff. Basically nothing that you can complain about. I mean, that's actually the perfect way to come off the back, you know, of your own tac pause. It's tac pause straight into a flawless round. That is quite literally as good as it gets. If you're a coach, you're just not looking for the sides. You can't do nothing but just love seeing things like that.
Very aggressive towards Long here. He knows that's a good position to be in with that gun. The flash is not doing too much, but it has him backing off. And 911, of course, they know, hey, it's do or die once again here. They have seen it in the matchups before. So what is there left to do for them? I feel like they had a very good run for a while, but then TBI took the pause, and the last round was just an absolute disaster again. And what can I do here? I'm kind of looking for answers, but I don't think I have any.
Oh. Shot though. By Noxin gets one and gets out. It's a lovely sort of way to approach it. Careful around this corner. Reaction. They're still pulled out. Can't get the third behind it. But his job individually is done here. What the rest of the team can do now in a 3 versus 3.
TBI taking their time to group up and to retake together. It's actually gonna be Booker that goes down before the retake. Hunt finds a beautiful entry here, and that could be the end unless Omega and Vesa have something to say about this. And I like this. I've been dancing around the GR spawn, and now it's only Vesa. What can he do? I mean, there's so much pressure, but he gets it. He gets one. He needs to find Hunt as well. The timer is ticking. 5 seconds. And I'm pretty sure he has it. And that's amazing by Hunt. I gotta give it to him, though.
Yeah, monster clutch by Hunt at the end there. Really, really, really well done. Super, super solid. I think overall for TBI, when you kind of zoom out and look at it a little bit more of a macro sense, there's a lot to like there, right? It's a TBI side who I think as a whole looks very, very strong. And there wasn't really too many question marks. There's a couple of rounds here and there where you may be thinking, okay, they've given an opportunity over, but for the most part, really nice work. Number one, I just don't think they have the depth, unfortunately, to be able to compete and really show what they're all about. And maybe in towards map number 2, it might change a little bit, but it was a pretty good showing from TBI. I mean, this is a side, of course, who are coming down from the West League, have a bit of a point to prove as well in terms of their own individual ability and how deep this side can go, the level of these players on an individual basis, and especially with the name value they've got on this side, they should be coming into a series like this and dominating them. And actually, ultimately at the end, yeah, there were a few hiccups, but they did dominate. A very good scoreline, looking like the favourites as they should be, this TBI side, and actually have a really decent chance of making a pretty solid run here in this qualifier. So as a whole, a lot to like. Only map number 1 and pretty early doors, but even into Ankara, that level of playstyle, that sort of playstyle that they brought to the table, it should be more of the same. They individually, mechanically look so solid. For now, though, I'm going to throw it back over towards the guys on the desk. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, I think New Kai just broke everything down, to be honest, because TBI is looking like a force to be reckoned with this time around, coming back from last season. Now they're stronger. Like I said earlier, I said TBI was relatively new. It needed some time to grow and fit the shoes that they want to be in, and now they're showing us why.
Yeah, especially also that we saw how good they started the first half. 7-2 dominating 9-1-1 on the attack side. On Eagle Eyes, then you see some struggles on the Global side. When they switched into Global side, we've seen that they started falling one by one more. We've seen some picks coming from the side of 9-1-1 usually, and some throws in the clutches from TBI, which this is one of the problems that TBI had before, that the kind of in the clutch situations they're not the best. I'm talking about 2v1, 3v1, 4v2, and they almost lost to 4v2, by the way. Noxin saved the day when he killed Weza, and he got the defuse, but still in the end it was some shaky round for them, which it should have been a very easy round for them, 4v2. And then they took a tactical pause with Team coming back. They played a bit aggressive. They got the picks that they needed, and we've seen Booker taking the Ohm, getting kills. We've seen also Noxin getting the Ohm, getting kills. So it's quite interesting to see the guys on the top form, and they're doing very well. So in my opinion, TBI is doing very good. They need to focus on the clutches. On the other hand, 9-1-1, the guys have a very good individual skills. Losha is on another level. He played very good. He got a lot of kills, but still in the end, he couldn't secure the round that his teammates or his team needed.
Yeah, I mean, there's two things I would take away from this game. Is that 9-1-1, it seems like a fresh start to them from their gameplay. You can see it in the highlights. But with TBI, like you said, they started off really strong, which is what we usually see. But this time, it's 10 times stronger. But they had a timeout because a couple of rounds slipped away.
Yeah.
But the best part is, after the timeout, they came back and secured the bag. They're like, no, we're not even giving this up.
Yeah, and especially also that this timeout was taken because it was 2 clutches that they almost lost. They lost one to Fighter 3v1 or 2v1, I guess. Fighter, he was one against 2 players from TBI, and he picked 1 by 1, and then he killed FaZe, and then the other one was 4v2, where it was neck to neck by only Noxin versus Weza, and Noxin was able to kill him and get the round. It's just so shaky. That's why I guess TBI took the pulse, because they were losing clutches, and when you lose clutches, you lose momentum, you lose also your confidence, and you bring the other team or the enemy team back to the business. So now you don't want this to happen. So the tactical pause was on point. What happened in the tactical pause, I don't know exactly what happened, but we've seen TBI going back as strong as they became in the first early rounds, and they won the 2 rounds consecutive after the tactical pause.
And there is one observation I noticed before. Like last season and the past, FaZe would always be usually the last guy to die on the team if it was that close of a round, and he would be the clutch element and the clutch factor for TBI. But this time around, that's not what I witnessed. You can even see it in the highlights. No, FaZe, you can tell he's managing to fit in with the community that he was put with TBI, and he's managing to synergize a bit more and better with the other TBI roster.
Yeah, he's actually playing now on his comfort gun. He's playing on TRG, the sniping gun that he usually played on for the past 10 years. We're talking about one of the best players in the European season. And he's actually, yeah, we've seen a double kill that he did on his base when he killed 2 players at the hotel. It was insane flicks coming out from this guy. That's what you're expecting from FaZe. So that's why we're saying FaZe is kinda on his comfort zone right now. He went back to the gun. He was playing rifle in the West League. Maybe it didn't turn out as good as he wanted, or his teammates couldn't adapt to his rifle because they needed to have a sniper or an TRG player. So now FaZe is actually more locked in with his teammates, and we've seen Hunt in the rifle is very good, also decent. I guess he's the MVP maybe. If not, it's gonna be Noxen, because Noxen and Hunt, they both played very well. So in my opinion, TBI, they started very strong and they ended very strong.
Yes.
Maybe in between they had some struggles, but they fixed it right away.
They just came back, you know, it's like a debut, but
Exactly.
this is something we highlighted before this match starts, that if TBI manages to get map 1, then map 2 for 911 is going to be even more of a struggle, because now they need 2 wins to win the series, not just one.
One of them is Subbase, which is as good as Eagle Eye for TBI, because we know that TBI is playing Eagle Eye very good. We've seen this from the West League and maybe Season 1, Season 2. And we've seen also Subbase from them is very strong, but now they're going to be playing Ankara. Ankara usually didn't be, we didn't see the TBI used to be the strongest team on Ankara, but they still played very fair. As I said, Hunt is the MVP because he's 2.0 KD, he played very good.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking, while I'm witnessing Losha and Omega did pretty good, so did Fighter as well. They did give them a fighting chance. Maybe they're just taking time to warm up. It's not over yet. For me, I'd like to see a best of 3 because we haven't yet, you know what I mean? It's been 2-0s across the board, but nonetheless, I feel like TBI is playing at the same level of aggression that they had last season, but this time it's more coordinated. It's not just spontaneous, you know, a 50-50 chance. No, they're actually managing to secure rounds and secure kills and trades, optimizing the way they want to win the series.
Yeah, and also I want to highlight that the guys are really locked into their individual skills. We've seen the FaZe has
I wish we had the cameras.
Yeah, FaZe has the lowest KD, which is 1.0, so he's still not on a negative KD. That means that the guys are all locked in. The individual skills
Aven as well,
yeah, Aven is 1.2, I guess, or 1.6 if I remember. Noxin played very good, Hunt played very good, so everybody's locked in individually, because individually here is very, very important, because as we said, it's kind of like a knockout stage. You lose 2 games, you're out.
You're done.
So you don't have the variety.
The luxury of a long series.
Yeah, so now they are almost securing it. They won their own map pick. Now we're going into Ankara, which is going to be the map pick by 911, and they're starting on the favored side. They are starting on Blacklist, and they were very strong. When we watch it, if you watch it, Eagle Eye, they started very strong. The strategies and the amount of work that Yask put in this team was shown in their Blacklist side. We've seen the utility usage is perfect. We've seen the pushes is really synchronized, and we've seen how the guys are pushing, how Booker is lurking from mid, how he's getting the kills, the trades are coming into the team. That means that the coach work is appearing on the Blacklist side, because in my opinion, the coach work is usually appears on the Blacklist side. It's not always on Global side, because Global side is about
just turtle, hold your position.
It's about getting your kills or hitting your shots, because the enemy team is pushing versus you. If you hit your shots, you win the round.
There's less strategy on that.
Exactly.
You keep an anchor, 2-3 here, 2-3 there, and you're chilling.
Yeah, except if you play aggressive, and that's what happened. And also TBI won it. So I want to make sure that ESC also work is also on.
Hope, let's go to game 2, back to Nuka and Pandoxon.
Alright, thank you guys so much again. So it's going to be Ankara for map number 2, and it's going to be very interesting because this is 911's pick, right? So obviously they were kind of shaking on Eagle Eye. Yeah, we all saw it, right? But right now they have a great chance to bring things back, unless TBI has the answer.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for, you're looking at this now on one side and you're talking about kind of actually where strategically they were a little flat, but you could see individually there was nice moments here and there. So if they can kind of find a bit of a middle ground, there's a world in which they can put pressure on. TBI aren't unbeatable by any means. So we'll see. But TBI put themselves in a good spot. Is their opponent's map pick though? And that's the one thing that I guess they're going to have to work with. It's a map in which is played a hell of a lot in the region. Let's see how it goes. Weze will open things up. Nice work, but a quick trade that comes through. And, Hunt! What a double from him.
Insane, man. This guy was on a run here. 2 quick taps onto the head here now. Fighter and Omega left alone in this clutch. Surely not TBI. They have the answer. Booker will find Omega, and yeah, it's only Fighter. Bomb hasn't been planted, so he doesn't really necessarily have to go just yet, but the bomb will be planted by FaZe here, and yeah, it's a matter of time before Fighter has to go in and has to fight, but it's gonna be super difficult for him unless... Oh, that's a freebie by Fighter here. Even sticks his gun through the wall. Classic Crossfire scenario, but it's not gonna be enough to bring this one home, and well, TBI, they will start off great with a quick run towards it.
Nice work. I think it's a TBI side who, of course, again, like we've been talking about, really have to kind of prove their worth a little bit off the back of a kind of a poor season. And they're going quick as well. Hunt will open things up. A nice shot on towards Lusher. That's great mid control.
Yeah, they catch 9-11 by surprise. Lusher wasn't ready at all. You could really tell how surprised he was by that push. And, well, worked out really great for TBI. Once again, the aggression. They are just so ready to go. In the 9-11, they don't really know what to do about it.
Okay. 911 probably need to start kind of reclaiming a bit of map control. In a kind of a position where you can't just afford to sit back when you've got the numbers disadvantage. Sure, FaZe is low, but they've actually got to get a little bit proactive to give themselves some sort of a chance in a round like this.
Yeah, you have Omega. Maybe he was able to hear anything from his position. Don't think TBI makes rookie mistakes like that, but you never know. Goes for a quick swing. He has an idea. Takes out FaZe. That's a good kill. So now the rest of the squad starts running towards speed. There's a lot to fight for. Fighter will go down, but not uncontested. He finds at least one. Omega kind of hiding on the side here. I'm not too sure if he's been spotted. I don't think so. That's a very interesting position to be in. He finds 1, 2. Almost finds the third as well. Booker, last man standing here. Veza will take him out, and finally, a beautiful response here from 9-11.
Yeah, absolutely. They needed that. I think, you know, especially considering they lost early man advantage and map control more or less immediately. That's actually really nicely done. Just to sort of give yourself a somewhat decent understanding of, right, we can make rounds that aren't statistically favorable for us work. A nice one to find, that's for sure. I'm going to make sure that it's a bit of a catalyst. Let's start chaining more together. Lush, a nice shot.
That almost looked like very bad timing is about to happen, but
yeah,
Lusher still got it done. Still fighting Hunt, which I think is absolutely incredible here. He's still not done. Lusher. Yep, that's what you get for fighting Hunt there. Okay, well, Hunt with the HK has the... Well, not the upper hand, but not too sure why he won that fight. Anyway, doesn't matter. He gets it done. It's an equal trade. Avon will go down. Lusher will go down. So, 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining into this round. And it seems like TBI, they're still not sure what to do just yet. They are pretty much open for ideas right now.
FaZe. Waiting. On that corner. Round so easy for him. Omega swings into his demise.
Yeah. Give him a B for effort, I guess, but didn't really work out, unfortunately, for 9-11. So seems like TBI have decided where they want to go, and it's gonna be once again an awkward timing. But Fighter still finds a frag. This guy has been super good for his team, but he can't do everything on his own. Hunt will take him out, and Weza and Wezo have to find a solution for this one, because 30 seconds on the board, a bomb will get planted, and it's retake in the making.
Well, difficult one as well. I asked him, he said, oh, now I wonder are the numbers, and Utah now running a little thin as well. They got to hit these shots. FaZe, so much damage still. That should have been a kill. Booker will bail out FaZe, but Wes has got to do better there, and Hunt will clean it up. TBI back to their winning ways.
Whoa. What a shot here from Hunt. Didn't even see that. That was crazy. Beautiful flick. Well, 2-1. Definitely looking a lot better in comparison to Eagle Eye, but we're just in the beginning here, and look at this TBI. Yeah, don't go for a instantly. They rather just play around in mid, retake mid, get some map control, and works out beautifully so far. They don't really have anyone contesting him. I think it's only Fighter there, yeah. And Fighter has an idea, and it's very dangerous to cross him. He's been so good. But the timing is off. He misses a shot, and Noxon will take him out. That's a crucial mistake here from Fighter.
Okay. Yeah, Fighter, he's sort of one of those sort of slightly rogue players where he can really make or, unfortunately at times, break around as well, right? He can take over a little bit. We saw him get some nice 1v1s against FaZe, but at the same time, a little flat there. TBI are actually playing a very slow Ankara compared to what I'm sort of used to from them, especially even that previous map. They're normally so happy to just kind of relentlessly fight, but for now they're really playing with sort of the timing's got a lot.
Yeah, true. I mean, it works out, so there's nothing really to criticize. It's just very uncommon, like you mentioned, but if it works, works. And whoa, Noxon! What a flick! Again, Hunt did it before, now he does it. It's insane. These guys. Oh boy. Losha now trying to survive here as long as he can, but he needs to wait for his buddy. His buddy takes too long. Omega doesn't really help him at all. Booker, quick double kill. Insane round once again.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff. Now we get to put ourselves into a spot where, ultimately, I should be pulling a little bit away. If they get up towards even just 5 rounds this first half, they're actually in a really, really decent spot. Any more for any more feels like it's kind of the beginning of the end. But, number one. Need to find a way to pull themselves back in towards this game. It's not been so far the most convincing of series as a whole, and on top of that as well, been the most convincing map thus far. That's a nice find there from Omega. C4, which is going to make things all the more better. Avin's got to trade this. Needs to be careful. There's also some more mid presence around that corner. Avin will trade.
I think it's insane that FaZe has had next to no impact and they're still winning. It just shows how good as a team TBI is in comparison to what we have seen in the CrossFire West League, for example. Noxon will go down, but the trade is there. Beautifully done. Fighter and Vezo now left alone. But they don't really have a clue what to do next. So they decide to actually split up, which I think is always a bit risky, but it can be quite convincing if the timing is right. Booker, you saw him. Takes him out. Good trade. Leaves Fighter alone. Now 50 seconds to play around, and Fighter, what can he do? If he finds at least one somehow, that would make a lot of a difference. That's an insane shot, and that might be a saver for this round, though.
Oh my. FaZe 1v1 against Fighter. The last 1v1 they had was a pretty rough watch. It was Fighter who came out on top. This one's a raw duel, though, about who sees who first. FaZe is so low. And time is really ticking. He does have the C4. That's the one thing he's really got, but hasn't made a decision yet.
10 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, we've got to get this C4 down. He's not got a lot of time here. He's now going to get around this corner. If he plants open, he's probably in trouble. He does manage to get around the corner, plant save, and just about get the C4 down with 1 second to spare. Just walk straight into his depth. So, all that for nothing, really.
All that tension just to go down. I mean, he took a little bit too long. He probably didn't really pay too much attention to the time, and that in the end kind of broke his neck. Fighter, on the other hand, once again, this guy showing up so well. I really gotta give him some credit. Without him, this could be a completely different story. Even though he doesn't necessarily frag out too much, but he still has such an impact. It's insane.
try and fight through mid. It's obviously he gets that opener. Omega who gets the trade onto FaZe, which is huge. It gives number one the numbers here. Decent spot that they're in, right? Numbers in their advantage and the chance to time this game up.
Definitely. It's about time 9-11 wakes up. So, let's see. I ultimately think, again, if FaZe would be able to step up a little bit more, this would be absolutely insane for TBI, but obviously the rest of the squad, especially Booker, man. I am telling you, this guy, he's been so consistent. It's really nice to see, but might not be enough if 9-11 somehow finds a way back into this game. And it seems like they kind of found a way. But we'll see, as they will have to retake the bomb site B here. And it's not an equal fight, as you can see.
Oh, nice work. We'll find Losha. Around that corner, gets one. Omega support as well. It puts Booker in a tough spot. Nice shots coming through from Omega. It's a really actually good round from him.
And here we are. Tight. 9-11. They found a way back. TBI a little bit shocked, I would say. I mean, they started off great, but they somehow kind of lost their color. So let's see what they have in store. They need to do something. They need to gain back their confidence because they don't want 9-11 to overcome them. And this is insane. Okay, Hunt somehow found a way through mid, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be too decisive, I think. Good flash onto the top on A here. Hunt still able to find Fighter regardless. So let's see if TBI is able to get this bomb site done. Veza does a great job. Look at this. All these numbers on the ground. Noxon saves the two-piece all by himself here now. And he hold down this push from Losha and Omega, both of them ready to go, just stalling this one a little bit. But where's FaZe? FaZe is right next to his buddy there. Drops down as well. Just a matter of time before 9-11 has to make a move. They can't wait too long, especially with FaZe in the making here. Oh. Omega will take him out. Noxon completely unaware. I think he was blinded maybe, but Omega, this guy came to play. Finally woke up, and here you go.
Yeah, he's actually looking really, really good. This is an Omega player. Is obviously somebody that was brought up on the desk, and I think super valid from what we've seen from so far. Map 1, not loads on offer, if we're being honest, but I mean, map 2, much, much better. Fighter again. He's finding opening kills quite consistently now as well. We spoke about Omega. What's he got for as well? Booker will find him, and Losha going to get spammed through the door for a decent amount of damage.
Absolutely. Man, this has changed all of a sudden. These 9-11 players look so strong. But what can they do against Booker? Booker's really the main enemy they have to take out to make sure the round is theirs. But it's not as easy as you think. Bomb has been dropped though. He's gonna pick it up. There you go. And it seems like I think TBI is preparing something like a mid to B go. But there's so much trouble they have to pass. I mean, Losha and Fighter, especially Fighter, he's been so good. But let's see if they're able to get anything done from their position. I like this. This is looking very fancy. And it kind of takes out Veza and Veza on A, because they're nowhere near to be seen here. So let's see. Fighter, if he gets at least one, maybe two, that would be absolutely decision-making here. He can't really find a second just yet, but there's a trade. Losha from behind. Noxon tries to save the day. He can't really find the shot, but Hunt is there to help out his buddy. Now the rescue comes to show here, but it's not gonna be enough. Veza now 1 versus 2 clutch. It would take a lot from him. 50 seconds on the board. The bomb will be planted eventually. But look at Hunt. Hunt is in no man's land right now.
Yeah, this should be, I don't know, a difficult kind of position to be in to win this one out for West. So go for the long rotate. So moving his way through Hotel. 20 seconds now to work with. positions here, ready for this fight. Oh, good little jiggle peek, but thankfully Hunt's there for that quick trade. Nice work. Just like that, and it'll be once again TBI putting pressure back on in their own regard. Sure, some of these rounds have been a little scrappier, but that one's better.
Yeah, these rounds look a lot cleaner when it comes to the aiming department. Look at this. Nox is not gonna wait too much. Losha, is he able to find at least 2? He will. Potentially a 3rd. Doesn't really have enough bullets to handle Hunt as well. But, well, he gets it done anyway. Quick triple kill from him. Maybe potentially a 4th if he goes for it. But he knows it's a little bit too risky and decides to go back. I think this is a smart decision here from him. But again, TBI. Something has changed in their momentum and in their confidence that leads to this scenario right now.
Okay. He's going to join the crew. Moving up in just on the left-hand side of Hotel. Wesso, timing nearly sort of worked out for him. Avon's probably got to be the one to set the tone here. And that's a rogue decision by FaZe. He knows he's going to be exposed to that window. I don't know why he's not even looking there. Same for Avon, jumping in. Back turned a little bit, does get 1. But in the end, 9-1, take a lead at the half.
Yes, indeed. Big thanks to Lasha here. Doing so much for his team. I mean, wow. Well, it is the upper hand for 9-11. So let's see what TBI has in store for the BR side of things. I think... actually, it's going to be 9-11. My bad, sorry. Let's see what TBI has on the GR side of things. Because I think it might be a little bit easier for them. But if 9-11 has something in store that we don't know about, maybe some fancy tactics here and there, I think it could be very messy.
We'll have to see. Interesting. Hunt, nice. For the double.
Yep.
A lot of damage has been dealt towards Wessa and Wezo as well. So this round now becomes very difficult for 9-1.
Yes, indeed. Well, in this round, it already looks a lot better for TBI, thanks to Hunt, of course. Quick double. There you go, pick up the bump. And, well, it seems like Avon has something to say as well, as he takes out Vezo. So the question is, what can 9-11 do at this point? Man, disadvantage. They are completely split up as well. And it seems like someone is going to run into FaZe. Well, doesn't really matter, the trade is there. Now, Lasha left alone.
Okay. Lasha shouldn't really... Actually, shouldn't have too much going on, if we're being honest, right? There shouldn't be that much of a look in here. We'll see. Only the one. Constellation kill. For more, nothing less. TBI. Back to tying this up. And a much more confident round, I think, as a whole from TBI. Starts really well with Hunt this double. But, you know, that's a round that there really isn't any question marks about. Which is exactly what we want to see for them. Back to kind of what we're expecting out of TBI, who are also expected to get a 2-0 in this series.
Yeah. At least you would assume so, right? So let's see. TBI already got some damage onto Veza and Vezo. Probably a good grenade. And we see a lot of movement from 9-11 here. They decide to go towards A, which I think is interesting. It's also the right choice if they all execute together. It seems like this is probably going to be the case. They stall this one a little bit too long, in my opinion. They wait so much time. But Nox, I'm pretty sure he spotted them, right? There's no way he didn't. He gets one, but he's instantly traded out. Booker gets one at least. Maybe a second, that would be good. Gets a second, potentially a third. Booker! That man is on fire today. Maybe fourth, that would be cool. But not this time around. Fighter will take him out eventually. FaZe finally with some response of him as well. And yet another very good round here from TBI. I mean, they had anything but the upper hand here, but they still managed to get it done thanks to Booker. Quick triple kill. And of course, FaZe with the ending kill.
That's the big thing, right, I think, as well, right? We're seeing now for TBI, it's back-to-back rounds where The rounds are vastly different paced, but they're still really clean from TBI in both ways. So, work as a whole. Fighter does feel like he's been winning that head-to-head quite a bit against FaZe throughout this series.
Yep, I would absolutely agree. I mean, I mentioned earlier, FaZe hasn't had the greatest performance on Ankara so far. Even in the beginning, he had only one frag, where the rest of the squad really was fragging out. But it didn't matter, because the rest obviously was fragging out, so he doesn't have to show up as well. But now it comes to closer fights, and FaZe is 100% required to step up as well. Ooh, that was a little bit close, Fighter. Usually gets those, at least from what I've seen so far from him. But yeah, so far so good. Vezo is down, but so is Hunt and FaZe. A big mistake from TBI, I would say. Omega is very confident of crossing there. No one is close. And again, TBI, they have the right call. They have an idea. But is it going to be enough or not? We'll see shortly. They're taking a lot of time once again to go towards a main. And look, it has no utility whatsoever. And they have so much left. Look at this. Almost Vesa and Losha have all the utility in the world, but they didn't use it at all.
Well, Fighter. He's fine. 2 versus 2, but the HP... 2 versus 3, I say, but the HP of the 3 is so low that it makes it feel like it's somewhat even. If anything, probably a lot of onus on Fighter here, just with the TRG. What goes down? Noxon fully playing together just yet, but Noxon going to find where, so that's good work. Fighter now stuck in 2 minds. He actually could get tunnel vision a bit. He does. Avin bounding around that corner of the USP does super well. All on the hands of Losha here. Nice shot on towards that of Avin, and oh my god. That comes over. Flashbang behind it as well. Losha trying to play a bit of time. He's 3 points at HP, and he wins it out. Massive work.
That's incredible. I never ever thought they would actually win that, but well, they got it. 9-11. Once again, stepping it up. It's getting a little bit uncomfortable here for TBI. Well, I was saying sub-base might be very unnecessary, but looking at these numbers right now and how 9-11 plays, I think there's a great chance actually that we are going to the 3rd map, but as you can see, 9-11 takes a timeout. Is it actually 9-11? One of them takes a timeout. And I think it's very necessary, actually, because we saw how it worked with TBI. So let's see, maybe this is the same case here, right?
Yeah, you're right. I think this is a good time. If you are now wanted to call for this timeout, take a moment to really have a breather, but also realize that you are actually fundamentally in a good spot. And on top of that too, you're looking at kind of a position where if we can win this next one following the timeout, you're in a really, really strong position to push towards that 3rd, as you've been kind of talking about. At the same time though, the risk that comes with the timeout, it's also a moment coming through of where TBI can also take a breather and say, okay, this is what worked for us in the first 2 rounds. Now let's add to that as well and see if we can kind of chip away the deficit, take a lead ourselves, and close that in 2.
Definitely. Well, we'll see if that comes into play or not. We saw on Eagle Eye did, so you would pretty much expect the same here. But we'll see. Hey, so far I'm really surprised how well 9-11 was able to come back and how good Fighter is as an individual, right? He's definitely stepped it up for his team. And on the other hand, of course, TBI, it's almost a classic, right? They win map 1, then they kind of lose map 2, and they finish map 3, right? But this is just what happened in the West League a couple of times actually, right? So
yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, timeout concluded. Sure, about to get back on the road. We're looking at trying to see if there's that potential of a recovery coming through for TBI in terms of a side who've actually had, when they've won rounds, been really, really good. When they've lost them, have looked super scrappy. It does feel like when it goes down to being a really, really close affair, that's actually where 9-1-1 have the real advantage, actually. I mean, like when we see this TBI side play with a lot of pace behind them. They look very strong in doing so.
Yep.
But yeah, we're not seeing as much of that pace here.
Yeah, it's almost like the element of surprise, right? At least in a couple of first rounds we saw there, right? So 9-11 definitely wasn't ready at all for that kind of pressure, and they somehow made it back. But TBI, I will definitely give them a great chance of, you know, just retrying that and might be successful in the end. But we'll see, as we are still waiting for the game to restart. Can't take too much time, I think. But we're just looking at some 9-11 players. And I hear gun switching. So we are back into the game. The scoreline 6-6, very tight. We'll see what happens. TBI or 9-11. Let's see.
Yeah, that's the big question, isn't it? Let's see. Oh my god, scrappy spam is Avon. He'll come on top for the first, but a big trade coming through from Omega. Lusha was thinking about scaling up past the hotel, but actually they're all going to retract and fall back.
Yeah, but look at FaZe's position. It's a very nice position to be in. Gets him a lot of information, but he has been spotted. He missed the shot. And that is actually very crucial. Of course, against Fighter, right? So the fight continues. No one has been found dead yet, but Hunt, oh, this is a great opportunity once again. He gets one, can he find a second? Maybe a third, potentially. Hunt gets it done. Beautifully done by him. But one more to go. Lusha still awake, still alive, looking for more answers, but there's just nothing he can do. Barely standing, and yes, TBI, they strike back, and it's about time.
Yeah, that's much better as well from TBI, right? We're talking about a round in which they've kind of crafted so well. Kind of go back to what I was saying, where I like when they're playing with that kind of utmost confidence, the real kind of braggadocious nature in a way of saying, right, we are just better, we're going to take fights here. And they put a lot of pressure on 911. It feels like when we've seen success from 911, it's actually come from where they've been shown just a little bit too much respect for me.
I agree. So 11 clearing out mids, nothing to be found just yet. FaZe in a good position here. Let's see if he's able to find at least one. He's been spotted though. Doesn't go for the repeat, which I think is a smart decision. Then the grenade actually does a couple of damage. It's not too bad. But obviously 9-11 has been spotted, so they know something is cooking towards mid. The triple stack on A still hasn't really resolved yet, so they stay very... I'm not too sure what the decision making here is, but it seems like they have an idea towards A. Nonetheless, 9-11 still in need of an idea, because they're just all over the map right now looking for anything.
Okay, 1 minute 10 just under. Back on that corner. They want to send Avon, and Avon does well. Gets one quick trade. They need to reclaim that space, but now he needs to be a little bit careful because he's quite isolated here. The only issue. And with Hunt falling, this becomes very dicey indeed. FaZe trying to play in towards backside. He's waiting for the jump up on the boxes, but they're going to start swarming his position soon. Quick reaction is going to be required. He now does have support, thankfully, of Booker, and they're not showing any FaZe just yet. Oh, FaZe, I think his shoulder's actually been spotted. He could be in a bit of trouble. He's trying to dance around. He's so low, and he'll finally go down. 2 versus 4. They should be now on 1, final the 7th to tie things up.
Yeah, the rest of the squad kind of took too long to help him out. I mean, they probably had an idea, but it didn't really work out. So, retake in the making. Booker knocks him. A lot to do, but that's a free kill. Booker looking for some more 20 seconds. I like the decision here to group up with his friend. Let's see if they are able to get anything done. I mean, the damage has already been done. It's not going to be enough. Where's good for 2? Finds both of them, actually. And they're pushing back the numbers. So, what can we tell so far? I think 9-11, again, looks so much better on Uncover out there, map pick, but TBI, they could be a lot better, in my opinion, but they're kind of struggling with something.
Yeah, TBI, it just feels like, as a whole right now, aside really looking quite janky. That's a nice move, though. Fighter just gets caught. No man's land. There was another spot around that corner, hence why Noxon's sticking around. They'll now reposition. As they've fallen back towards that mid area.
Yeah. Fighter has been very quiet in this half. Beautiful one tap here onto Hunt. Hunt taking a lot of risk there. Could be a little bit too... let's say he's playing too much, right? So I think maybe the more secure approach could be the better idea here, but obviously taking a risk here could also make a complete difference, right, to the match. So we'll see if that will be if that actually has something to do with the decision 9-11 will take now. But seems like they will go towards A regardless. You have Losha in the back, kind of late to the party, but Booker catched off guard here. So this is basically once again a free side for 9-11. Unless Noxon has an idea, he will go down as well. And this is a disaster right now.
Yeah. FaZe haven't needed here. FaZe gets caught. Yikes. TBI really letting this slip. Felt like the 2-0 was going to be more or less a formality here, but it's been anything but. Having 1v4 to 1v3, it does feel next to impossible. He's still trying to fight tooth and nail, and he runs out of ammo, has to pull out the pistol. Not good enough. Credit to 911. This is the side looking good. They now got the lead.
Yep. And I'm pretty sure TBI just took a pause. A little bit too late, maybe, actually, but...
yeah.
We'll see if that's a factor or not. I mean, they had a great chance to talk when the other team, of course, took a timeout. So, yeah, time to talk. It worked out beautifully on Eagle Eye. We saw 2 rounds, quick rounds, in a row. So, if you are TBI, what is there left to say right now?
Yeah, it's a pretty valid question. You know, you're talking about a TBI side of actually just fallen super, super flat. It's pretty uncomfortable watching. There were a side who actually had, you know, quite a decent amount on offer, and now it feels like, unfortunately, kind of next to none. Looks like this third map is really looming now.
Could be. Well, they have 40 more seconds to talk. Yeah, I think, again, which could work is a very bold attempt to just run towards any side they want, right? And just put some more pressure on 9-11. Because it worked before, it might work again, but I think 9-11 also lost all of their fear towards TBI, right? So this is probably one of the big difference makers right now.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Well, I hope they can use this pause well. They've got enough experienced players to be able to do it.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. It's just... it's a weird spot, I feel like, for TBI, but after such a good first map, to fall so flat here on a map in which they've actually got a lot of reps on. This has actually been the story of them basically all the way throughout the West League, where it's been some moments that are really, really good and some which just kind of leave you questioning.
Yep, absolutely. But we are back into the game. No more waiting, no more yapping. Let's go. 8 and 7 in favor of 9-11. So one more for overtime is required, and TBI obviously they don't really want that. And I don't see a lot of difference here, I would say. I mean, 9-11, they are back towards along with a lot of pressure. TBI, they're playing very reserved. They don't really want to go too deep anywhere. It's only Evan, if anyone, that is kind of approaching towards Hotel, but the nade damage has been done to him, so he has to kind of back off here.
Well, 1-for-1. Nothing. We'll find his, but Omega has been looking super good. Omega just so clean in terms of taking a lot of opening duels and a lot of opening fights.
Wow.
Oh. Speaking of.
Yep. well, that didn't really work out. Booker will go down, but Hunt is there to find one of himself. And, well, a very awkward round, I think. Everyone is kind of all over the place. There's a frick here, there's a frick there. I mean, what was Booker doing in front of the BL base there? But doesn't matter. Bomb will go down towards A, and look at Fighter. Fighter has nowhere seen to be close, right? So he could go for a big swing and big, wrap around, but if TBI doesn't wait too long, it would actually not matter too much.
Yeah, Noxon, that's fine. On goes Omega. Finally got to shut this guy down, who looks so good. One tackle through from Hunt as well. Nice shot. And an easy defuse as well. Fighter is just too far away. Nothing he can do. Well, the response, the rebuttal, but TBI, while it's all well and good getting the rebuttal, the consistency is still being a big issue for them.
But after the pause, they found a round. 8 and 8. One more to go. At least. Let's see. Okay, not sure what he did there, but Hunt gifted a free kill. I think Veza was blinded and he was running against the wall. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Okay, so this time around, TBI starts with the advantage. But you can already tell Avon is going to be put to the test here. Lasha.
Oh, nice
taken out by Noxon. That's a very important kill. Omega, of course, gets a kill of himself by himself as well. Vezo good for the trade, but the damage has been done though.
Oh well. 2 versus 3. I'm on 1 of 1. Plenty of rounds like this in this map where numbers haven't favored them, but overextensions by TBI have been costly. And well, Fighter's still alive, and he's actually been pretty decent all the way throughout this series, even in the map they lost earlier. He sort of had that number on FaZe. It's really felt. Speaking of FaZe. C4 down. 30 seconds. They got time to work with. They're going to stick as a pack of 3.
Yeah. I think it's a smart decision to just group together and go for it.
For sure.
You just go for the trade if necessary, but Fighter is in their way, man. And Fighter has been so consistent. Let's see. Time is ticking 15 seconds. They have to make a move. The smoke is a great idea.
Oh, nice
and
shot.
Look at Hunt. Beautifully done. Now Vezo left alone and he goes for a big swing. I love to see that.
Oh, no.
Boy.
No
Hunt,
ammo.
there's no time. There's no time. This is a done deal. Vezo got the triple kill here. He gets it done. That's an insane round by Vezo here.
Yeah, it's great round from Vezo, but I mean, we should not be losing that if you're TBI. It's essentially a 1 versus 3, and they all fight in the division. They're so kill hungry. There's just like no macro there. You've just got to play together. You play as a unit there, you cannot lose that. But instead, they give him 3 1v1s. And credit where it's due, Wesso plays that excellently. 3 1v1s, and he wins all his 1v1s. But that's a bad round to lose for TBI.
Yeah, absolutely classic. But obviously, TBI, of course, right after such a round, they're just angry and they go for these fights and they win all of them. And I would already almost say that this is a guaranteed overtime scenario, but well, we'll see. Hunt, very aggressive again. He wins those. Hunt is a little bit mad. He goes for those and he wins that. Well, Wezo and Losh are last man standing. Of course, a little bit shell-shocked about last round. They probably didn't expect that themselves, but here we are. A little bit too close for comfort, that fight, but yeah. They take him out and we go overtime.
Yeah, overtime. Now, I mean, credit to 911, right? This is a side that, you know, coming back to who offered up so little in that first map. It was 10-4 at the end, and it was a whatever map, right? There was just so little on offer. This is much better. A much kind of more indicative showing of actually what they're all about. Nice work. And, you know, in the position that we're in currently, I probably still even actually favor 911 at the moment. TBI have not looked that convincing.
Yeah, I mean, 2 rounds ago, they kind of had it, and they didn't. And the last round here was Yeah, I mean, obviously that was just pure madness, right? Like, oh, we should have won that round, and now we're just going all over the place, winning these fights. And yeah, like you mentioned, I think 9-11 has a great chance of winning this because obviously they have a confidence boost after this round, right? But they have to know themselves that that was a round they shouldn't have won. So I am not too sure how much of a boost it actually is, but nonetheless, overtime is here, and I'm just very excited to see how TBI comes back from this one because obviously it's very shocking for them, but they have been in this situation a couple of times, to be fair.
It's true. TBI, I've definitely been in these spots where they make life hard for themselves. That was actually quite a consistent factor for them throughout kind of basically all of the West League, if we're being honest, right? This last season is where they were in this kind of slightly strange spot more often than not, and now they'll be used to these kind of long, arduous games. Question being is, how do they deal with it?
All right, we are back. Looks like TBI, they stick to the plan like they did before. And Hunt, oh yes, this is what I like to see. Hunt is on a rampage right now. He's ready to fight, and he knows something is cooking. Fighter, don't really want to cross that, and he knows. Goes back. Actually goes for a reswing here. A little bit unnecessary, but so far so good. TBI, they found an entry. They found some HP of Fighter. But look at this. I love this angle here from Fighter. A great opportunity. The timing. Oh, it's always the timing.
Fighter tagged as well. You might have to be a little bit cautious in terms of how he plays this. Still, plenty of time. Just under 1 minute 30. And again, I like how they're playing this. Grouping up together. Oh, yeah. Hunt. He's actually been excellent, Hunt. The tail end of this game, he actually has been the real difference maker. And Hunt might be called upon again, and he delivers, Hunt. Beautiful work. He's trying to fight up close. He might actually get all 5. Hunt has been that good. It's Wesso. All that's left. He had a miraculous clutch in that 1 versus 3. But a 1 versus 4 here with a Hunt who's got this anger about him. He's going to get all 5. Hunt, what a round coming through from him. An ace to kickstart overtime, taking no prisoners.
Do you know this gif of Hunt where he smacks his table and jumps up? That's exactly what he did. Yeah. Now he's mad and he's going for everyone here, and a 5k in this kind of scenario here is absolutely insane, and he's not even done yet, so huge shoutouts to Hunt, of course, but the rest of the squad also needs to step up. They need to find new ideas, they need to find a way around 9-11, and I think they have something in store, but I'm not sure what it is just yet.
Gosh, yeah, tagged up a lot. Booker and Faye is going to take some chip damage themselves, to be fair, but Russia left very, very low.
Very quiet. Can almost hear a needle drop to the floor. But it seems like TBI, they found an idea. Towards A long. Hunt with the fake towards B. But obviously, 9-11, they have an idea. Triple stack towards A. Beautiful decision making, but it does not matter as Noxen finds Tune, of course. Hunt with a big swing. Finds Lush as well. Potentially Omega. Timing a little bit off here. I know he's been spotted. Hunt, you don't do that. You don't do that, and you will be taken out eventually, but it was too late. Fighter goes down as well. Omega cannot believe what's happening here, and I mean, they were on a run. They had an idea, but after the extension started, they just haven't found anything to play with. And Noxen once again finds yet another kill, and that's just absolutely disastrous for 9-11.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I think you're right. 9 rounds for them and 11 for TBI as well. So, in the name, in the game. It's down on one side and looking to get a little bit more feels like it potentially could be the end of the road, especially this form that Hunt is in 7 kills now in 2 rounds. Doesn't look like he's slowing down anytime soon. Nox is also looking great. So, a 2-man army at the moment for TBI. Yeah, even just one more from any of the other players, and could be a bit of a dumb affair. And one have just looked a little flat.
Yeah. They don't really go for anything too risky, as you can tell. They're all just holding their positions. No one wants to make a mistake, but that overall could be the mistake. Hunt, super aggressive, has to be punished eventually. There you go. Hunt dead on the floor is a good thing for 9-11 right now. But it takes more than Hunt. We'll see. Fighter has a good angle here. I don't think FaZe will extend too much. Yeah, it just falls back. Where's the rest of the squad? Towards A, and they probably just go for it, but they have to deal with a lot of 9-11 players because they haven't really found anything just yet. Oh, beautiful quick scope here from FaZe onto Lusha, and that's the beginning of this push here. Booker not quite able to find Weza here, but Weza actually finds Avon, and this is not going well for TBI. Or, I mean, look at that, triple kill, maybe more. Booker actually finds 2 all by himself. It's not the end of the story just yet. Fighter, oh, very aggressive, unnecessary, but Omega saves the day here.
Yeah, I mean, bailed out there for a brief moment, that is for sure. So up to a 10th, but still feels like a bit of a longish road to getting to where they want to be. Unfortunately, not really a longish road, but tech pause as well, if I'm right in saying.
Hunt has been super incredible.
Yeah.
This guy, I'm telling you, when he's mad, he just goes and does what he does. That's so cool. I don't think there's one player that is similar to Hunt when it comes to this. Usually when someone is mad, he rushes in, he dies, right? Hunt, when he's mad, he just goes in and he destroys everyone in his path, right? So very unique playstyle.
Yeah, he's so sort of relentless when he really is feeling, when he's got that confidence, he's so difficult to stop. I mean, I guess the big hope is that we get it for the tail end of this OT, right? It continues. It isn't just a couple of rounds at the start. We can have this sort of position where it's, in a way, they're kind of like this Hunt guy taking over, but actually a couple of players around him supporting. That's going to put us in a really decent spot. Yeah, he's been great so far.
Has to. I mean, this is where it all comes down to, right? You're here to win. No room for mistakes, especially in the scenario we are in right now, right? So, Hunt and of course the rest of the squad, they really need to step up now to avoid sub base, because you never know what happens on sub base, right?
Yeah. It would be very interesting if we did get there, but at the same time, advantage still TBI. So, 11 to 10. FaZe to open things up as well. Nice find from him. Noxon going to get caught as well, but Omega quickly traded out by that Manhunt who looks for more. We'll drop a flash as well to give them some support. And that goes deep. They forced them all the way away from the A side.
Yep. Lusha knows there's no one to be close. There's nothing going on. And he takes up a good position, I think, at least, unless Hunt has an idea. Don't think Hunt's gonna check. He's actually gonna check that. So, man, Hunt, what is he doing? How is he doing that? So incredible from him here. So let's see. Weza and Vezo obviously tagged up pretty low. Hunt doesn't even wait for backup. He just goes in. He's so happy about this. I mean, he knows this round is basically over unless we have seen it before. 1 versus 3 clutch happens, but not this time around. TBI, even after the swap here, will take a round. And this is do or die for 9-11.
It is. map and series on the line now. Or never. Gonna try and get up close as well. He's like real confidence now playing through for this TBI side. They're so happy to take fights.
Yeah, I mean, if you are that confident, you might as well just do that, right? So, 9-11, they really cannot afford losing players like that. I mean, there's no more room for errors. So, it's do or die, win or lose, and right now, with one man disadvantage, that doesn't look too promising. And if Fighter goes down there, that would be pretty much the end of the story, in my opinion. But Fighter's still alive early, though. The Booker will take him out, and that is very, very, very bad for 9-11. And look at all that damage. I mean, they don't even have to go for this fight right now, right?
Right. Look at the HP. This is surely got to be a done affair. Hunt wants to make sure of it. Nox are going to find one of us as well. That is it. No way of winning this now. Not from this spot. I know Wesso wanted a ridiculous one earlier, but not to be now. 13-10.
Wow.
Seen off in the end there, but it is going to be TBI who take a 2-0. Maybe a little bit longer than it should have been, but a win is a win and a 2-0 to round out the day.
Yeah, that's just classic TBI at this point, right? They win, they struggle a bit, and in the end, they kind of take it back, right? So, hey, huge congratulations, of course, to TBI. They really showed that they are absolutely able to win when it comes down to, you know, very important matchups. And of course, 9-11, obviously, you know, Eagle Eye wasn't the greatest, but yeah, I would say Ankara, they definitely showed up, right?
Agreed. No, I think you're seeing where, at least for this now on one side, there's these like kind of fundamental ideas that are really, really good for them. They just need to find a little bit more depth, I think, as a whole. But there was nice moments, but it's TBI. They're a West League side or a previously West League side, and we're really good. Either way, that is us done here on the cast as well. Going to throw it back over towards the boys on the desk, but thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Niukai and Pandoxin. Always a pleasure to be working alongside you guys. Man, what a game. I was stressed and nail-biting and everything you can imagine. What do you think?
Team Hunt intentions just
Team
won
Hunt.
the game. Yeah, definitely. These guys are just playing solo.
No, that was
they need to back him up,
That
bro.
was
At some
impressive.
point, they need to back him up because this guy is doing everything. Coming from 9-8. I want everybody to watch these rounds. 9-8. One round, 9-11 gets the win. We go to sub base, and everybody said, okay, it's 9-11 game because the guys are just playing way, way, way better. And we've seen the one of the craziest clutches, I guess, from Lucio or Wiso. I'm not pretty sure. The guy was 1 HP on B side, and he got 3 kill. And then Hunt brings the sniper. He brings the TRG, pushes still to base. I guess he got around 18 kills or 15 kills only from this round to the end of the game.
That's
one
massive.
round he had 5 kills, the other had 4, so it's just THI at this moment because this guy did everything for his teammate to win, and they deserved the win. Yes, his teammates backed him up a bit, but I feel that when they are down, they need somebody to be able to play aggressive and get the kills. And yeah, we've seen also a very good, strong performance from Booker on A side with the holds, with his HK. He played very good. He got multi-frags and tried to secure the round, but in the end, TBI showed a lot of weaknesses on Ankara, but 9-11 showed a lot of strength points on Ankara, and this is one of the teams that we would want to look forward for them to win more games because they are doing very good and they have very strong individual skills. Losha is on another level.
Yeah, I mean, 9-11, we have to give props to them because they gave a very strong fighting chance to actually secure this second game and possibly going to game 3. The highlights speak for itself. I mean, overall, I'm impressed by 911's performance compared to game 1, but they just could not do anything about Hunt. This man is phenomenal.
Yeah, we've seen how 911 came back from a deficit, and actually they started even Global Risk very good. They won the Global Risk, I believe, 5-4, and they got a lot of rounds, and we've seen denial to the retakes that TBI wanted to do when they were Global Risk, and denial to their lost plans also when 911 were on the defensive side. But now, TBI, they played very good on Eagle Eye on their map pick. and they kind of struggled on the enemy team's map pick. So that means that TBI showed some weaknesses that needs to be working upon. And as we can see, Hunt on a 2.0 KD again, because he was 2.0 also on the first map. And we said already that Booker did a very, very good job, to be honest, on the global side. I guess without Booker, maybe TBI would have fallen shortly, because he's the guy who held side versus 911 very, very strong. And then Hunt came and completed this work into a win on the overtime versus versus 911. Now, 911, they have some work to do, but they got some good base, because everybody said TBI is going to be beating 911 a very easy casual 2-0, but no. 911 gave a very good fight to the TBI.
Yeah, I mean, Hunt definitely MVP for both games. Booker second MVP if that existed. But nonetheless, something I would take away from all this is 911 has a lot of work to do and they have insane potential.
Yes.
But TBI as well, especially for the map pick of Ankara, now they can look back, retrace their steps, find the gaps, find the mistakes.
You lose a lot of
that
clutches.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Find those heated moments where they need to secure the round instead of blowing it like a 1v3. That should never happen in competitive play.
Yeah, 1v3 and the guy was 1 HP. Yeah, I can't believe that you would lose this, but I can't believe that this guy did it. I'm not sure if it's Suiso or Lucia, but nonetheless, both of them, if any of them did it, I wouldn't be surprised. The guys are very strong individually. They are scary. That's why I like to watch the CFS qualifiers. Usually you see talents arise from these tournaments, and we've seen Avin. He played also the CFS qualifiers 2024 and he did very good performance. He got 25 kills, I believe, in Ankara one time, and he was playing extraordinarily very good, and he got contracted in TBI right now. The same is going to be happening to Isu. The same is going to be happening also to Lucia, definitely, especially Lucia, because Lucia did a very, very good job. Yes, of course, it's on 2.10 KD among 2 games. This guy, sniper, rifle, pistol, rifles, anything you want, entry, a guy that lurks, a guy that just holds the side. He played all the roles. That's why he's not the guy who you only put him in one angle. You can put him on any, and even the highlights himself is with TRG, but he's a rifle player.
He's basically a fill, to say the least,
exactly.
man. When a certain mechanism is needed for TBI to secure, when he's always the one taking that step forward and filling in what's needed, whether it's anchoring, like you said, or lurking, or holding aside, or pushing as well. So it's very impressive to find such a well-rounded individual at such a young age with so much potential.
Yeah, and especially that he started playing very early on the... I guess started from 16s where he got into Vietnam, so he had a lot of experience. And as we can see right now, the standings that we have watched, PingPongPals definitely is the first place with 1 win, 0 lose, and 2 sets, 2-0 versus CANKER. And Entropy Gaming, they beat also LegendsOP 2-0, but because the rounds difference and the attack points, it's going to be PingPongPals on the first place and Entropy Gaming going on second. And now we're going to be watching also Group B, which only 1 game has been played, the TBI versus 911, and TBI definitely the first place right now. 2 wins, 2 sets is very huge for TBI, and 0 losses and 7-round difference. We're going to be watching more tomorrow with these matches.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited because the way the regional qualifiers started is very promising. You know, like all these teams have potential, win or lose. And I have to give a shout out as well for the teams who won, PingPongPals, Entropy, TBI. They're showing a lot more perseverance, sportsmanship, competitiveness than they did last time around, you know. And as well, let's not discredit the other teams. Just because you got 1 loss, you still have a chance.
Exactly.
Now is your time to recover and figure out everything you need to get done to win the next coming games. Anyways, that's it for us here at the desk. Thank you so much, Penguin. Thank you, Neokai and Pandoxin. Everyone, see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Bye.